Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Indeed, a great way to hire talent fast. 3.5 million businesses around the globe use Indeed to hire talent, and listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to get your jobs more visibility at Indeed.com/sacred. That's INDEED.com/SACRED. Again, just go to Indeed.com/sacred right now and support our show by saying you heard about Indeed here on Sacred Symbols. That's Indeed.com/sacred. Terms and conditions apply. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 325. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, nice duds. You got from the live show we did in San Diego. How are you today, my friend?
I'm well. I fly to New York tonight for a family wedding, which, I don't like the hours before flying.
Me neither.
I don't know why. I don't know. I get like anxiety. It's not even like I'm not afraid of heights or like particularly afraid of being on the plane. I think it's really just the experience of going to the airport that I just loathe so deeply. And it's just knowing that I have to do that is like, my whole day's ruined.
Yeah,
basically.
I understand completely.
Leading up to it, but for now I don't have to think about it. It's nice.
Yeah, I understand completely, man. You're leaving from Burbank, right? So that's nice anyway. You don't have to go to LAX.
Yeah, thank God. I would never.
One world way.
If I have to go, if I had to go to LAX to go, I probably just simply wouldn't go.
Dude,
you're never seeing me.
World Way, which is the loop that is at LAX that you have to get onto, is the worst road you've ever been on in your life. It's the most horrifying thing. I hate it. I hate LAX.
I've been stuck on World Way for over 2 hours at one point. And I really could not. I couldn't fucking believe it. Where it was like half. I spent more time. Sometimes it feels like I spend more time on World Way than I spend on the plane, which is not true, obviously. But for some flights, it could be. If I was flying to Vegas and flying back, definitely. I'd be on World Way for longer than the fucking plane sometimes.
Definitely.
It's too much.
Hate it.
Yeah.
Can't stand LAX, but at least you don't have to fly out of there. Well, Godspeed to you when you go. You'll be just fine. Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you today?
Doing pretty good. I'm taking some steps. I'm trying to get back on track. Got a haircut scheduled next week. Very much needed. And two, a lot of the audience knows about my weight loss stuff earlier in the year. Definitely starting to slip. Got on the scale today. A little higher than I'd like.
Well,
so honestly, it's not that bad, all things considered. The stuff that's happened. So, back on calorie counting for a little bit. Not that I haven't gained everything back, but 5-10 pounds ish.
Mm-hmm.
So gotta slim that back down. Other than that, feel pretty good. Just mostly normal.
Mostly normal. Good. That's all we can hope for.
Yeah.
Now, a hair appointment. So you don't go to a barber shop, or do you go to a nice clientele, a little salon of some sort?
I do. So about 2 years ago, I started going to this barber shop run by two young men, a little younger than me even. And they have a really nice operation there. They do the straight razor shave on your neck, which I really like, with the hot towel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's a really nice place. I'm very happy to have it because, dude, I didn't know where to get my hair cut before, so I was just going to Great Clips until one time a lady cut my hair and she cut it. My hair part's here, but she cut it for the other way because she didn't look to see where my fucking part was.
Dude, that rules.
And so never again. Not going to Great Clips. So I'm happy to have a actual fucking professional cut
I love
my
that.
hair now.
I used to. My mom's got really naturally curly hair, and she goes to these very boutique salons. And when I was a kid, she used to take me with her, and then sometimes they would let me dye my hair and do all that kind of stuff when I was there. And so I started going to a salon quite often. But this was in high school, basically, because I used to bleach my hair. I don't think people know this about me. There are a few pictures, but I used to bleach my hair, and I used to do it much like my earrings from 311 because the singer in 311 used to bleach his hair. And then Eminem came out. And that kind of fucked everything up because then when you started like shaving and bleaching your head, which they were doing first, and a lot of people were doing it in the 90s. My brother used to do that too. Then everyone's like, oh, you want to be like Eminem? And I'm like, no, I like Eminem.
Sure.
I like Eminem a lot, actually. I like his first 2 records quite a bit, but no, not trying to be Eminem. So then I had to stop doing that. Then I started frosting my tips.
Oh, nice.
And had the little thing, remember like when people used to just have the little wall of hair in front of their head, 99, 2000, 2001. Yeah. And you have the little blonde in there. So I used to go to the salon sometimes. I got to be honest, a nice experience. They wash your hair in the fucking sink and
it's nice.
Really, really sweet experience. Yeah.
Why is it that when they wash your hair, it seems like they have the best water or like the best, like, I don't understand what it is, but I've never washed my own hair and had it feel like that. Like even just like the water or like the type of like hose or whatever it is they use.
It's that really
so
good
nice.
stream. They have like a good, it's almost like a sink stream and the hands kind of massaging you. It's very nice.
It's really good. Yeah. Good shit.
It's really nice. But these days I just shave my own head. I don't know if you couldn't tell.
You just reminded me, I got my first massage a few weeks ago. Pretty interesting experience. Never done that before.
With a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Interesting.
I don't want to say much older than me, but it wasn't anything weird like that. But
yeah,
it was great. It felt good. They put the oil on you, rub you around. Nothing wrong with that.
Got a hand job?
Not quite. But here's the thing. The next day, the 2 following days, I felt fucking horrible.
Yeah.
And I looked it up because apparently if you've never had a massage before, or maybe it's been a while, you can experience flu-like symptoms after a massage. And that's what happened to me. So I enjoyed it in the moment, but I don't know.
What is that all about? I wonder.
Fucking witchcraft. I personally can't stand massage. I got for that reason. Like I got a massage and I was like, yeah, I guess I think maybe I feel better. Like I'm not quite sure. And then I was sick immediately afterwards. I was like, oh well, you just fucked me up, basically.
Now,
and I don't know if I really got anything. I like the spa. I like going to like the 200-degree rooms and like sit like laying down in the clay. I don't know if you've ever done that.
The sauna.
Awesome. Yeah, the sauna.
Hanging out in the sauna with Joe.
With Joe Rogan, yeah. He'll hang out with you.
Loves the sauna.
But I never got to that level with him. Because I did two. I was on Joe Rogan twice. If you eventually, you'll start getting into that cycle, because the second time I went, he showed me around and showed me the sauna, showed me the gym and all of that. I'm like, we're getting there. Then he never talked to me again. So
many such cases.
Chris, the comments are going to tell you the reason you feel sick is because when they massage you, it lets toxins out of your muscles, and you have to drink lots of water to flush them out. That's what I always heard too, but then I looked it up. Apparently that's not true. So
yeah.
What are these masseuses doing to us?
Yeah. What are these masseuse doing?
Masseuse.
I think the problem that I have is like, okay, you've given me something that maybe like is on the cusp of maybe, I don't know if I feel worse or better. Like I just kind of feel different after you've done it to me. And then I feel exponentially worse. So it's almost like I went to you to get fucked up.
Sure.
In some way. Like I paid to be harmed in some way. And now like you're telling me it's like, oh, well, this only happens if you don't do it often. So like now you've like ensnared me in like some kind of like trick genie thing where like now I have to come see you. Otherwise I'll feel sick.
Right.
I don't know. I don't like it. It's weird. It's like chiropractic. It's like the chiropractor thing too. It's like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, some people swear by that stuff. I brought it up in the past. Like my mom is really into, and she's older now, but she was, especially when she was younger. My mom got into a motorcycle accident. I think I've explained this to people before on the show. And she was really into chiropractic, like going to the chiropractor, and I used to go with her. And then the guy would work on me too when I was a kid. And I would always ask him not to do my neck because it's like the neck thing, like the neck snap, which people swear by. Yeah. Have you seen the videos going around of a pet chiropractor recently where he has like dogs and cats and he does it to them, and that they apparently like love it. Like you could see like their face like totally being like couldn't believe, I guess, the feeling that they feel or whatever. And then my mom would go into like get what's the why can't I think of it, the acupuncture. and all that kind of stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
I have never, and massages and all that. I've never gotten a massage in my entire life. Micah and I talk about how we call it shrimp sitting. There's like a really funny meme of just like an office chair with a shrimp in it. Like it just like super exposed. And I'm like, that's basically my entire posture at all times. And I'm a drummer, as people know, they're my drum kit behind me. And Buddy Rich, obviously one of the great drummers of all time. I always make fun of him when I watch him because the older he gets, the more he hunches over to the point where he has like a 90-degree angle. By the time he's older, like over his drum kit.
He's a fucking.
And I make fun of that. And then I realize when I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, I fucking sit like I'm starting to sit like Buddy Rich. You know, I got to work. So I got what I really need. There's no one around me that's stronger than me, unfortunately, like a bigger person. And what I need is for someone to just grab me and hold me tight and just like jump up and down. You know what I'm talking about? Like that feeling where you're just like, you know, boom. And it just like knocks everything into place. I had some people in my life that would do that to me. And I'm like, oh my God, it feels so good. That's about as close as I've ever gotten. I could probably be worked on for many hours at this point. You know, my body's all sorts of fucked up. And I'm gaining a little weight too, I think, by the way, Dustin. Just a little.
It's easy to do.
I am really disciplined sometimes. I'm always disciplined about when I eat, right? Like the one meal a day and like just, that's easy. It's just how much I eat in that time where it's like, this is getting excessive, you know, and got to do something about it. Exercising still every day, but you got to keep up with all of it. You know, it's tough. It's tough out there. Do you want me to start calling you fat in order to keep motivating?
Not quite yet. If I get back to my original weight last December, absolutely. But that's I'm trying to knock it out early.
All right,
but I'll keep that. You know, I'll keep that in mind.
All right, Tubby.
Dustin's gonna have like a reverse Nikocado avocado situation where every time that he's been on the podcast, inexplicably for the last like several months, it's actually been a pre-recorded message that just somehow perfectly aligned with everything that we were talking about. And then next episode, he's gonna be fat as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be 800 pounds. It's gonna be amazing.
Walter Hudson. That was always the touchstone on Long Island when I was a kid, because he was the guy that needed to be cut out of his house. Oh, yeah, that was quaint because that was in the 80s. I mean, it's not like we had 600-pound life and all that kind of stuff yet. So he was really a you ever see the picture of like the guy that was at the circus like in the turn of the century, 1800s and the 1900s?
Yeah,
where it's like he's like 300 pounds and he was like a circus freak. And people used to come see him. I'm like, dude, that's like, I see like 17 of those people at Publix.
Yeah. He was folklore back then.
Right.
Did you hear about the guy that it's like that lynched elephant?
Right.
You know,
someone else wrote in, I didn't use it, but someone else wrote in about an elephant that was hanged in their town. But I was like, crazy. we're getting too,
that's insane.
It's too much. We can't be hanging elephants. It's just
like
weird. Just kill them in another way.
How do you even do that?
With a
crane.
With a crane, yeah.
I'm not joking. Wait, were you on the show? Were you on the show when we talked about this?
We talked about it briefly last week, but it wasn't the origin.
Yeah, no.
So wait, you're telling me that a mechanical crane, like, so people in the era of mechanical cranes were hanging elephants?
I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is,
It's not as funny as the monkey, but it's funny for its own reason in some sense.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen the image.
Oh yeah. All right.
It is a fucking wild. It's crazy.
It's so sad.
It is sad. There's something truly sad about it. You know, like
it's
because elephants tragic. Are smart, and you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Mary, also known as Murderous Mary.
Yeah, this was an execution.
What did Mary do?
Well, presumably murder. But like, I think she killed. I think she killed some lady or something, and this was their way of punishing it. With a crane.
They don't understand what you're doing.
I know. It's like it's not sending a message to like the elephant community, but like so if somebody else wrote in about this happening again, this is very much one of those like, if I had a nickel for every time this sort of thing happened, I'd have two nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Right. Exactly. That's right.
It's like this should never happen more than once, ideally.
I agree. Yeah, it's not like you can ask him, like, do you have any last words?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And, like, do you read the sentence like they do? Mary the elephant, you've been charged and found guilty of murder.
Yeah.
By the power vested in me in the state of New York. We're now going to hang you on this crane.
Do animals murder? They're kind of just, that's the thing, is that they're just I don't know if they have malice,
Well,
really.
well, that I guess I think the issue is that it's an elephant. So this is one of those like smarter animals that people perceive. It's like dolphins also. You know what I mean? Where it's like these are animals where it's like they're clearly animals, so they don't murder. But if any animal did have the capacity to murder, it's probably these. You know, it's probably these smart ones.
Dolphins, you don't want to. They do some wild stuff that shouldn't be said on this podcast.
Dude,
but if anyone should be hung in the animal world, it should be the dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, dolphins they'll Cosby a motherfucker up. It's crazy.
Yeah. There's an article on The Atlantic from 2021 called "Why Do Mammals Kill Each Other?" And there's a thing on the BBC too. It's like male lions slaughter all the cubs when they join a new pride. Rival ant colonies of the same species fight bloody wars. Chimpanzees have been shown to kill each other at similar per capita rates to humans. So there's some murder in the animal kingdom.
Yeah, it's weird that it's just mammals because I'm sure reptiles do that shit. I remember this video of a crocodile death rolling another crocodile's arm off in like and the other crocodile gets his arm ripped off and he just turns like. It's like they're so alien, man. Like they're so like disinterested in things that really should be of the utmost importance. Like if I lost my arm, I don't think I would just kind of like disinterestedly stare.
Yeah, they can't emote. They have no emotion.
Yeah.
Or at least they have no facial tells. They just look like a fucking dinosaur. You know? Well, anyway, it's good to be here with you guys today.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time to record Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast with me. We go up each and every week, and you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where more than 13,000 of you support us. We appreciate you very much. Supporting us over there at any tier, $1, $5, $10, whatever the case might be, gets you different perks, and we appreciate that very much. Major perk over on patreon.com/laststandmedia is Sacred Symbols Plus, once every week, twice every other week. And this will be the week this goes live on Patreon. We'll have 2 episodes. We just put up an episode, Tom and I, Tom from Moore's Law is Dead and Broken Silicon, very popular tech podcast, go over the PlayStation 5 Pro. We also talk about the future of PlayStation handhelds and a little bit about PlayStation 6, which we'll be talking about later in the show. Already in the can, but not ready for publication yet, is our Astrobot spoilercast and review discussion. Chris is on that. It's me, it's Gene, and Brad. All 4 of us have platinumed the game, and so we had a lot to say about it. We went on for about 2.5 hours, so please look forward to that. That will go live on Saturday. Recent episodes include Micah mailbag and a conversation with Hogue, Sacred Cross Duke, Wukong, spoilercast and review discussion, and so on. Sean Sannerud wrote into us on Patreon, and remember, one of the perks over on Patreon is you can write into the show on the weekly threads. I pull out your inquiries. You'll hear them sprinkled throughout the show, as you know. Sean says, "Hey, Sacred Crew, this one is for Colin. Just wanted to say the interview with Abu Bakr Salam was excellent and really insightful. As I enjoy Metroidvania games, I decided to give Tales of Kenzera a go after listening to the interview, and within 3 days, I had the platinum for it. The combat and traversal mechanics were so fluid and fun, while the story was interesting, heartfelt, and unique in being inspired by Bantu Tales. I was wondering if there would be possibility of having a spoilercast episode on the game with Abu Bakr being invited back for it to provide further insights into the game. I don't know if he will be back to talk about that game specifically, but he and I have been corresponding over email, and he'll be back on the show, I think, at some point, and hopefully the near to mid future. Brad had specifically asked if he would want to do Summon Sign, and I actually think that that's a great place for him because he plays games. For people that don't know who he is, he's a somewhat well-known actor. He's on House of the Dragons. He was in Napoleon, the recent film, and so on. So he was in a show called Jamestown, which I really want to check out as well. So he's busy. He has other things to do, but I hope he'll be back on the show. It seems like he and I have a good rapport and a good relationship with each other brewing. And so I appreciate everyone's kind words on that. I think it's been very uplifting for him to see and for me to see as well. I know what kind of community we've built, and I know that you guys would have really dug that episode. So thank you for your kind response to it. Glad you're enjoying it. And all the episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus over on Patreon. Thank you for your support over there. Remember, supporting us on Patreon as well. You get RSS feeds and all the rest. So you don't even need to interact with Patreon. You can just ingest the podcast early and ad-free on your podcast service of choice. And that's what a lot of people choose to do. So please consider it. Merch, laststandmedia.store, laststandmedia.store, shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, and so on and so forth. Please leave nice reviews for the podcast on various podcast services. You can like the video if you're watching it on YouTube and follow us there, etc., and so on.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Turtle Beach and their excellent Gen 3 Stealth 600 headset, which you can grab for yourself over at turtlebeach.com. Be sure to use the promo code SACRED at checkout for 10% off your order. It's me, Micah, Last Stand Media's coordinator and, more importantly for the purposes of this ad, Colin's wife. Now, listening to Colin on a podcast is one thing, but let me assure you that being around him all the time is another thing entirely. The PlayStation 5 is blaring, he's listening to a Lex Friedman podcast, and he won't stop talking about the Jets. There are times when I need a little audio isolation so I can hear what it is I'm doing, and I'm pleased to report that Turtle Beach has me covered. And they can have you covered too with their remarkable Gen 3 Stealth 600 headset, an extremely high-quality pair of headphones that's shockingly lightweight with excellent sound quality for the music, videos, and so on I happen to be absorbing. But we're talking about Turtle Beach here, and so it should come as no surprise that the Stealth 600 headset works like magic with your consoles, PC, or other connected devices too, even your phone or tablet. Unlike Colin, I'm actually quite technically handy, but I didn't have to employ any of that know-how this time around. My headset came with a USB dongle that easily allows it to pair wirelessly with my Xbox or PlayStation with a completely insane 80-hour battery life. And there's full Bluetooth functionality too. And if you're an online chatterer, the Stealth 600 microphone leverages AI-driven noise reduction for smooth communication. I gotta say, I've really loved using my Turtle Beach Stealth 600 headset, especially because it fits so comfortably around my ears and on my smaller head. Not all of us have domes like Colin does, after all. And hey, it's not like the Stealth 600 is the only headset Turtle Beach has to offer. By going to turtlebeach.com, you can find a whole array of audio solutions for your everyday life and gaming life alike, as well as other accessories too, like keyboards, mice, and so forth. My friends, if you love high-quality audio like the Moriarty family, it's time for you to seek out Turtle Beach. Get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle Beach today. For a limited time only, head to turtlebeach.com. That's TURTLEBEACH.com and use the checkout code SACRED, that's SACRED, for 10% off your entire order. That's 10% off your order at turtlebeach.com with the promo code SACRED. Again, for high-quality audio solutions more than comfortable enough to wear, head to turtlebeach.com and use the checkout code SACRED.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Indeed, a great way to hire talent fast. Learn more now at indeed.com/sacred. So I'm not sure if you've noticed this over the years, but Last Stand Media isn't exactly your normal company. We talk about video games for a living for starters, but I've also been really fortunate by being surrounded with the right people without having to look too hard or too far. The talent seems to have found me, actually. Dustin basically willed his entire job into existence, and these years later, I'm pretty sure he now runs the company. But most businesses aren't Last Stand, they're, well, normal. And that's not an insult, it's a compliment. All of us need competent, well-run businesses all around us to function, and normal companies have conventional needs, paramount among them finding the right candidates for the right job openings. Dustins don't grow on trees, but with 350 million global monthly visitors, you can easily find your own Dustin, or Chris, or Maddie, or whoever. 3.5 million businesses around the globe use Indeed to hire talent, and 93% of employers who use the service agree that Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites. If you're looking to hire for your business, you can use Indeed to screen candidates, message them directly, and even schedule interviews, facilitating a quick process that becomes smarter the more you use it. I mean, in the time I've been rambling on here, 23 people were hired on Indeed. So no, you don't run Last Stand Media where the talent falls in your lap. Out in the real world, you need Indeed to help you hire the right candidates for the job. And listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to get your jobs more visibility at indeed.com/sacred. That's INDEED.com/SACRED. Again, just go to indeed.com/sacred right now and support our show by saying you heard about Indeed here on Sacred Symbols. That's indeed.com/sacred. Terms and conditions apply. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Let's get into topics of discussion. Stretch/spread our legs a little bit. Then we'll get into the news of the day. We'll get into what we're playing. We'll get into some of the bigger news. We'll wrap things up as we always do with inquiries from the audience. And we begin here with Stonehorn. He says, Colin, you really need to start whipping your employees. Emperor in the title of Summon Sign this week is spelled Emporer, EMPORER. I don't ask much. A little whipping and physical labor. It bothered me the entire time they discussed Space Marine 2. Great game, by the way. I think you'd enjoy it. Keep up the great work and let us know how glad we are he's back. On that first, a lot of really kind responses to your podcast last week, Dustin. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, I did see that.
I went into the comments and looked, and people were, and that was basically all anyone was talking about. You know?
Yeah, it was very nice. Thank you.
Now, Brad, I don't know, man. Did you see this? Well, you're not really paying attention probably right now. They put up a episode of Summon Sign Dustin, and it was called For the Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
But Brad spelled Emperor Emporer, dead ass spelled it like that. Okay. And I saw it when I woke up, when I went live, and I wrote in the Discord literally, what the fuck is this, with a screenshot of it? Because that is such an egregious spelling error that I can't even believe it. And I made fun of him a little bit. See, I'm still getting to know Brad. I know Brad pretty well now, but I'm still getting to know him. And so it was on the Astrobot podcast, I think.
Right.
And I was like, what the fuck is that spelling error? And my personal interpretation of it, he felt a little sensitive about it, you know?
There it is.
And
ding, ding, ding.
And I didn't want
Colin's favorite word.
I didn't want to hurt his feelings. You know, I don't know him like I know you. So I don't know in what spirit he took it, but that level of deep illiteracy cannot go uncommented on. Emperor?
Oh my god!
And we're not typing on 486s in 1991. We have spell check. It tells you automatically, no matter where you're typing it. It can be in a browser. It can be anywhere. So, was it bad? Yeah. Was it changed immediately? Yes. Is it too late for a lot of you because you get emails and all that kind of stuff, and the RSS feed doesn't? Yeah, it sucks. What a brutal blunder by Brad Ellis spelling emperor like that. You know. I'm only kidding. I know you probably won't even listen to this anyway. But I saw it. Yeah. I know it was painful to me too. Very painful.
These things happen. We deal with a lot of posts, a lot of different things. Sometimes things that slip through. So it was corrected very quickly. Personally, yeah, the spelling error is bad, but did anyone leave the Patreon over it? No. Did it really affect anyone's listening ability of the show? No. These things are going to happen.
Are they ever going to get over the fact that they now know that Brad thinks Emperor is spelled Emporer? That's
not how
question.
People work with spelling errors.
That's the way I'm never going to let it go. Yeah.
I'm sure he'll love you for that. There won't be any resentment.
He truly is one of us now. Stonehorn, thank you for writing in. Grizzly Man Death Recording SpongeBob AI cover wrote in. I feel like a lot of the people writing in now are from your show, Chris.
I'm sorry. These names. The Grizzly Man. Yeah, I remember this. I remember reading this name. God damn it. That's upsetting.
Colin, just wanted to let you know that I felt personally attacked by your rant against Gulpers last week. I am a Gulper. I didn't choose to have a tight little throat. If I would choose to have a gaped out gullet like yours. That way things would go down my throat much more easily. Please try to be better. Few people wrote in about this. Someone wrote in saying that their child gulps and that he fucking hates his kid basically for it. And that he has to like shame him into stopping. And I'm like, yes, you do. Like this needs to be nipped in the bud in an early age, because by the time you get older, you don't really know, you can't really do much about it. The big thing to me about some of this stuff is it always becomes the other person's problem. You're a loud eater, you're a loud swallower or whatever. And then it's like never the problem of the person who's doing it. It's the person who's receiving it, as if you're the problem, as if you're the problem for noticing. Right. And if you're a loud gulper, people notice. You know, missymphonia is not a very uncommon thing, to the point where I'm not even sure it's really a thing. Like people just don't want to listen to you eat. They don't want to listen to you drink. What is so hard to understand about that? You gulp for you, not for me. Right? You gulp, you eat for you, not for me. So that's the thing that bothers me the most over time, is that I know categorically I'm not a loud eater, categorically, or a drinker of liquids. And you're the one who ends up feeling bad about it. I just don't think that's very fair. You know? So even you, Grizzly Man Death Recording SpongeBob AI cover, you blame me for it. But it's you. It's you. Do I have a loose throat? Could you fit a fat cock down it? Probably. Maybe. But But nonetheless, you got to let gravity do the work. Let gravity do the work. I feel like people like swallow, they force it. But you can just kind of, just let it go. Just let it go down the esophagus and down and down and down. We don't need to hear it. We don't need to hear it. Thank you for writing in. Nimbus wrote in. Said, good day, CDC. Hope you are all doing well. It said that Americans can't do accents, and I must say you guys lived up to the stereotype and then some. Your attempts at Australian accents last week were so bad, it almost made me cry. If I upgraded my Patreon from the $5 tier to the $10 tier, would you promise to never do it again? For the record, Australians pronounce the words like no, like noff. I don't know what that, as in, though or do. So no, do. I mean, we also
That's
have
how
very
that's whatever.
Yeah, we also, I learned something today that I think you guys are really going to enjoy, but let me get through this. We also have very soft R's at the end of words. So car sounds like ka. Well, it's kind of like Boston. Thanks for all the great work you put out every week. And I hope you have as many wonderful experiences as Sony has on necessary remakes and remasters. Cheers from the land down under. Now, serendipitously, I was reading my Twitter responses, my Twitter mentions today. And someone had tweeted to us about, or maybe just to me about how to say, oh no in Australian. Because we were trying to say like, no, and like, no, like all you say is R and R. This is what the person said, right? Is that what it is? Let me make sure yeah. R&R? So this person says, if you want to say oh no in Australian, just say R and R. R and R.
That's totally accurate. That actually totally works.
Yeah.
That's great.
So wow. This was from a Twitter user, Irk McGurk.
Yeah, man.
And we appreciate you writing in about that because that was very, very timely. We'll try to keep the accents to a minimum. The accents can get way more disturbing, unnecessary, inappropriate, even racist. So we're in a fairly mundane zone right now. You want me to do an accent, like an Asian accent? You want me to do a Japanese accent?
Yeah, I don't know. It could always be worse. I'm glad this person took the time out of their busy day of, fighting spiders off of their fucking territory to write in about this, correcting us.
R&R!
R&R. That's pretty. That's actually like that's an amazing trick, to be honest with you. Like it's a really good discovery. I can't believe I never thought about that.
It's like, are you saying oh no?
The Australian accent's very strange. It is one of the harder ones to do, I think, just because it's that in New Zealand, because New Zealand's very like pamphlet. It's like very like a lot of I's where the E should be. It's like, oh, I got to sign me a pamphlet. And
my God.
And it's very strange. Australians more like, oh, chuck her in the ute. Which is crazy. It's just psychotic British, basically.
It is psychotic British. Yeah, go ahead.
Holly and I have been working on, I mentioned last week, watching Kitchen Nightmares. We're watching Kitchen Nightmares every day. So we're getting the Gordon Ramsay down. Like, I'll be like, it's fucking raw,
It's fucking raw.
Dude, that show is so good. Because there's like certain things, Gordon, like you can hope that he does. You can make like a little bingo sheet where it's like, will he go in the kitchen and dump raw chicken all over the floor and be like, guys, come on, what is this? It's if you've never watched Kitchen Nightmares, you have to. It's almost all of it is on YouTube except for the newest season.
I think there's even a kitchen. I could be wrong about this, but I think there's like a Kitchen Nightmares stream where they like stream them on YouTube.
Yeah,
because they do that with Bar Rescue and a few other things too. Which is kind of cool. Bar Rescue is another great show. If you guys haven't watched that, but which is similar in spirit. Oh, I love Gordon Ramsay. He's like so great. Back in when I was in college, like 20 years ago, and they were doing Hell's Kitchen kind of the beginning of it. One of the first seasons, I was watching it with my friend Abby, and he said something like, "The carrots are fucking raw, Virginia," to like one of the woman named Virginia. We would just say that for years to each other, like. Everything's raw. Everything's undercooked. I saw a funny video. When he like gets served the food and then he just picks it apart.
Yeah.
There's like a video of him just doing that to people's food where it's like, well, you're kind of fucking it up, Gordon. Like I know you don't want to eat it or you want to make fun of it, but it's also like sometimes he's like, look at this shit. It was like a burger that was put together and now it's like all over the plate or whatever. I'm like, yeah, you just picked the burger apart. Like,
well, there's, I love the ones too where like, I don't know if you've ever seen episodes where he's like it's in the beginning usually when he's like giving his general kind of like surveil and he's eating the food and then there's maybe somebody else in there also eating and then he goes like, how's your bisque or whatever? And then they turn around and they pretend like they're experts. They're like, it's actually fucking disgusting. And it's like there's no way you think like I feel like you're just saying that because Gordon Ramsay's there and you know that like you're going to get through the edit by saying, yeah, it tastes like nut sacks or something. You know what I mean? Like you're still eating it.
Yeah,
like, people aren't leaving or like demanding their money back. It's like they're perfectly fine with what they're eating.
On Hell's Kitchen, there's like a whole meta too with like the fake restaurant where they serve food. And those people are clearly invited, like Hollywood people and like LA people. And then every once in a while, there's a conflict where he goes out and protects the chefs from someone's complaints. It's like a very unusual situation. Gordon Ramsay is very compelling. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Very compelling.
Yeah, he's a entertaining guy, man. Like everything he's on is like way more like it would not be half the show without him. Like if it was just the premise and it was just some random guy going around giving people advice on how to run their restaurants, it would suck. But it's because it's him and he's going around like, what are you doing?
Like, he's going in the walk-in, turning all of the buckets upside down and dumping everything on the ground.
All over the ground.
There's mold on the fucking ham. What are you doing? You should be shot. It's crazy. It's so over the top. I love it.
The other thing, and Dustin, you might have noticed this too, and this is one of my favorite things, is I love they do this in Kitchen Nightmares specifically, not in any of the other stuff, is they'll do the thing where like he speaks directly to the camera. You know what I'm talking about? So there'll be like a camera guy outside, like behind the restaurant, and there'll be like a 2-second beat, and then he'll come out of the door and be like, all right, listen.
He'll go, yeah. Right. So this restaurant needs a deep makeover.
Yeah.
You know?
It's always so good. Like he's so good, you know? He's so good. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's so funny. I love that shit. You know?
I like how he always clearly like kind of in the middle, like every time he's done with the sentence, he looks down at like the cue.
Yeah.
Like, at the speech that he's written. It's like, all right, so here, I don't know if they've got a chance. They've got a lot of bullshit to figure out. Yeah. He's like, he always looks aside and then he walks off into the distance.
Yeah, he like walks down the street or some shit.
I love it. It's so clearly fake. It's so weird because Kitchen Nightmares is obviously, it's real. Like it is probably one of the more real reality shows, but also like there's so many things about it that are obviously fake because it has to be because it's a show. So it's like that interesting marriage of like, this is clearly all fake, but it's all real also. Like these people are real, this restaurant is real, they're not fake people. I remember that one where like it was it was like the Italian couple that was just unbearable. Can't remember, it was like some old guy. Oh man, I wish it's like one of the more famous ones, but they're real people and they're like on the news for being crazy.
There's one, probably the most famous episode is called Amy's Baking Company.
That's the one I was thinking.
Is that the one? Okay, that one. If you're going to watch any episode, you have to watch Amy's Baking Company because, they are both straight up insane. And it's not, it's like you said, Chris, it's definitely, especially the American version, you can tell they are making things more dramatic than you need to. This one, though, dude, it was not needed. But
those are real people.
The UK version is a little more real, I think. It's less heavy on like the accent sounds when there's a raw thing or whatever. So it's the best. I'm at the point where I think I want to watch every episode of Kitchen Nightmares ever. I'm that invested.
I've probably seen every one of the British ones, not in recent years, but like from 2004 to 2012 or something, like, because they were all available. They might have even been, I feel like when Netflix first started streaming, they might have even had, like, that might have been one of the marquee things they had or something like that. And you watch whatever this is on there. And I love that kind of stuff because, like I said, I love Bar Rescue and I love Top Chef, and I haven't watched these shows in a long time, but yeah, good stuff, man. And I become very self-aware of this to the point where, because I was in production for a long time, specifically at a place like IGN, where it's like, it's filmed very fake. You know, Dustin, did you see the video of the Costco guys? Like, it's like them filming it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And someone was like, this dude's a total auteur. Like I started getting broken by shit like that, and I break it for other people now too, where I'm watching something and I'm like, dude, this is so funny. It's all B-roll. Like it's like, work at the computer. I'm going to come in. I'm just meeting you for the first time, but our camera's inside the house. Like shit like that. People never think of it. And then when you start doing that kind of production, you're like, oh shit, this is all bullshit. Like all of it. Constant bullshit and misrepresentation of like the situation because of the positioning of the cameras and where you're going and stuff. And people I really started becoming more aware of it with these like adventurer YouTubers that I watch, like the guys that go camping and all the rest. And they're filming themselves. So like they're walking down a path and I'm like, you put the camera at the end of the path and then you walk back and then you walk towards the camera. And most people are not going to think about that, but I can't stop seeing that shit over and over again. It's very funny. Shout out, Gordon, if you're a listener, come hang out.
Hit us up.
Come on, Sacred Symbols. Maybe we can do a Dave the Diver. It's about running a restaurant, kind of.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Play Overcooked with him would be funny. If he understood video games to that level where he could play a game, I don't know if maybe he does play, but that would be it would be funny because normal people would never be able to play Overcooked. But if he had an understanding of video games, it would be funny to play a game like that with him. Very funny actually.
Yeah, he could do a developer nightmares where he goes to different game studios. That'd be amazing. It's in fucking alpha,
dude. If he did one on Concord, it would be one of the episodes where he goes and leaves and everything seems fine. Then they're like, after the recording this episode, the restaurant closed within 2 weeks due to being too much financial burden or something. That would be the Concord episode. Is like. Before it even came out, Concord was shut down 12 days later.
The servers are at max capacity, you twit. I would kill for that.
It would be funny for him to come on and tear our show apart. This show fucking sucks.
Yeah.
What a disgrace. All right. That's for later. I don't know why I'm reading that now. Okay. Nimbus, thank you for writing in. That was quite the conversation you began. Tristan Kimball wrote in and said, Colin, I know you're doing well for yourself and I don't mean to preach, but hear me out. How would you feel about taking a break from smoking weed? Years ago when I was smoking dabs, I've never done dabs before. I heard they really fuck you up. I used to wake up incredibly nauseous every morning, so I had to completely stop smoking to make it go away. I believe I had CHS, cannabis hypermesis syndrome, and it was horrible. Since then, I've started taking tolerance breaks every year or two, and I feel it has served me well. It can be challenging, but you'll come out of it stronger mentally in the end. If that's not a good enough reason, then just think about how high you'll get when the break is over. Seriously, though, some time away from the weed could be eye-opening for you. Thank you for reading my inquiry, and hope you gents have a great day. I'll shut up and listen. Thank you, Tristan, for writing in. Your inquiry hit me in a weird place because I really have been thinking about this lately. I've been smoking weed for so long that more than half my life that I don't really know what it is to be away from it for a really long period of time. When I go on vacation, I don't smoke. There are times where I didn't smoke, for a few weeks or whatever. But as I'm decoupling myself from my medication, and for people that don't know, I was on a lot of anxiety and depression meds, and I've gotten off of all of them except for, and I've gotten off of everything except for Lexapro, which is just a normal antidepressant or whatever. And I've reduced that down 3 times over from the dose I was on. So I'm in a good place with that. And I want to feel more like, I feel like I was in some sort of nebulous sort of cloud for a while. And I've explained to Chris, especially, I met Chris when I was in that cloud, that I feel like I needed to be in it actually for a while. Like it helped me survive and helped me get through. And I'm really grateful for it. Especially my time in California, late in California, early in the Virginia experience. I don't know what I would have done if I had to actually exist without any of that sort of thing, because it was tough. But I realized over time that I didn't want to live like that anymore. What I really realized with my meds was that I had no highs or lows. And avoiding the lows was good. But then I realized, like, wow, I am really sad, but I can't cry. And I know I want to, but I can't. Or I'm really excited and happy, but I don't really feel it. I know mentally, like intellectually, that's where I should be, but I'm not there. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why I wanted to get off of that stuff, was because like you have to kind of sacrifice. There's a a feeling that you don't want the lows. The lows are really bad. I've never been suicidal, for instance. I know people that have been. Like, I always say that when I see a new therapist, you have to explain something. It's like, I want to be clear. Like, I've never been suicidal. I'm deeply depressed and sad, but I've never been to that level. And I know some people need to kind of remove the lows and the highs in order to stay away from things like that. And I appreciate that. But for me, I look at weed now and I think about it and I'm like, yeah, I think it's like the last bastion of me feeling again. Because I think what people are confused about, and I get it, is like, I don't smoke to get high, and I don't get high. And I think anyone who knows me knows that. Like, they watch me smoke and I'm not stoned. Like,
yeah.
I told the story about when my dad came and saw me in Santa Monica, and we walked around and smoked a joint, and he's like, you smoked this whole thing? And I'll never forget that as long as I know. I'm like, yeah, like 4 times a day, you know? And I'm not proud of that, because I think some people say like, oh, he's a stoner and he's real proud of that. And it's like, I'm not. I know, like I know it's a problem and all those kinds of things, but I'm trying to find the thing that's least abrasive on my health in totality to allow me to not feel the anxiety, the sadness, and the sort of listlessness that I often feel and have felt in my life. And so I have to say, Tristan, like, what you're talking about is not even what I'm thinking about. Like, what I'm like, ultimately, I wonder, like, should I just stop completely? Well, could it happen? Will it happen? Obviously, I have some sort of like, it's not, weed's not addictive. Like, when I went to San Diego and didn't smoke for 3 days, I was fine. It was like, you don't feel it, but there is a mental addiction to it, no doubt, you know? And I think about it a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. Like, to what end am I even doing this? You know? And it's a scary thing to kind of confront, because I don't want to feel the way I've felt in the past. It's not like the suicidal thing, which is horrible in and of itself that people feel that way. It's more of like I don't want to get out of bed, or I don't want to do anything, and I don't want to talk to anyone and all of that. And I feel like weed, in my experience, has broken that down for me in such a specific way that it's hard for me to imagine, like, it. When you get medicinal marijuana in California or here in Virginia or whatever, like, you can say anything you want and they'll basically give it to you. But I'm not one of those people. I'm being honest with them. I'm like, this helps me sleep. This helps me kind of just be normal. And I don't want to rely on it that much anymore. So I don't know if that's going to lead to me stopping. I don't think so. I mean, I have my pen right here. And I've never done, like, I don't do dabs and stuff like that. I don't even really understand the whole, how that even works, you know? It seems like it really fucking wrecks you in some way. I also miss, like, the weed I grew up with, where it wasn't so strong. Everything seems to be like getting crazier and crazier. If you read like the THC count and all these things on these different strands you get, it's like, I don't really need to be like this anyway. So I often in my mind bandy about, like, what does it look like for me to stop for a little while, and how will that feel? And like, and when will I feel okay to do it? There's a comedian, Micah and I have watched I can't remember the guy's name. He was actually a podcaster. He was like on, not Red Scare, but like one of those kinds of shows, like Come Town or something like that, you know? And he had said, it was just like a passing thing he said in his routine, which we thought was really funny, where it's like, oh, got to smoke weed, almost felt something, you know? Or like almost had a feeling, almost had a thought, you know? And I'm like, yeah, I kind of understand what you mean. Because like deep inside of me is like a real sadness. And I don't mean to be like dramatic or melodramatic. I just know that it's there and I don't want to deal with it. So did you expect an answer that deep? No, you didn't. But is it on my mind? Sure, it is. It is on my mind. From what I can remember anyway. Tristan, thank you for writing in. Finally. Oh no, there's 2 more. Yazid wrote in and said, hey, gents, if you could choose to have the rest of your life's poop condensed into one bathroom visit, would you take it? In other words, you'd only go to the bathroom this one time, but you're going to poop years worth of stuff, including the various consistencies, for however long it takes, and only have to wipe once. Personally, I wouldn't do it, as it would highlight my immortality. What if I choose to do it and only goes for an hour? Would that mean I'm going to die in a year, 2 years? There's also the topic of overwhelming the sewers, as I'd have to flush constantly and clog would be catastrophic. You can't stop once you start. So it might be worth going to the desert, sit on top of a sand dune, or try to find a cliff in the forest. But in my case, that would require traveling. What do you guys think? Would you do it? Would including pee sweeten the deal? Thanks and keep up the good work. See, this is the thing, is that I hate peeing actually a lot more than I hate pooping. There's something very relieving about pooping that I don't mind. Great. You know, yeah, it feels good. It's like, now, not always. Sometimes you're fighting for your life. You know, that's me every few weeks.
Yeah.
Where I'm in the fetal position on my fucking bathroom sweating because I can't poop. So that does happen. And if I would have to deal with all of that in turn, see, you're very clever, Yazid, because you could judge if you had if you were measuring the volume and you can assume something about how you eat, then you would be able to figure out how long you live. And that would be dark. It's like what I've told in the past, like when I did the Ouija board with my friends when I was in elementary school, it told us all when we were going to die. You know? Now mine was wrong because it told me I was going to die when I was 23. And I'll tell you right now, I thought about it every day of my entire life. From when I was 11 years old until I was 23 years old. And then when I was 23, I was like, I don't know.
High alert.
Something's going to happen. Yeah. And then I became 24 and I was like, okay, that was bullshit. But I also remember that it told my friend Tim was going to die when he's 56, and I'm going to be paying close attention, you know, to that. So you don't want to know information that's not meant for you. I never would want to know when I'm going to die. I would never want to know how much life I have left or how I'm going to die or whatever. It's like, ugh. Because I always think about that. It's so sad when people have, and this might happen to me one day. I have no idea. Hopefully not. But it's like you have like this really aggressive form of cancer or like some sort of real problem. And like you have 6 months. Like, what? What do you do with that information? And I think I might have expressed it on this show that I've thought about it in the sense of like the sad sense. It's like, it's April 2nd. This is my last April 2nd. You know, this is like my last Easter, my last first day of summer. It's like, oh my God, dude, what? Please, God, don't do that to me. You know, because I would just obsess for the rest of my time. I think it lights a fire under some people's ass. I don't think that would happen for me. So, Dustin, would you poop all of your life's poop in one sitting if you never had to poop again?
Who would say yes to this? Really?
That's
my question. Just because, man, just imagine the volume. Really, the volume. If you're, assuming you're pooping once or twice a day, think about all the days you've got in the rest of your life. Honestly, the act of getting it all out at once might be the death of you in the first place. So it sounds like a risky game, if you ask me. And like you said earlier, I have to agree. Pooping is great. I don't want to say I'm like looking forward, like, man, I can't wait to my next shit. But when it happens and it's, it can be nice.
It can be thrilling.
Thrilling. Yeah. So no, I'm clearly going to say no, and I question anyone who would say yes.
The pee thing is actually way more compelling because I hate peeing. I'm always peeing. It's like I have to, and I've said this before, like I've always had to pee a lot my entire life. And I didn't realize this until I drank beer. And then I would be like, it would be a joke amongst friends at the bar. It's like, I got to go to the bathroom every 10 minutes, basically. Once I break the seal, it's like, it's over for me. And this has been going on my whole life. So when I turned into more of a bourbon and cocktail drinker, that was like a real serendipitous thing because it's just dehydrating you. You don't have to pee at all the entire night as opposed to just constantly peeing always. I have to pee in the middle of the night, waking me up, peeing during the game, peeing when I'm playing a video game, peeing when I'm on the fucking road. Chris, would you poop at all?
I don't know. I feel like there are things worth considering here, like just the cost of toilet paper, for example. Like I know that there's some people have bidets or whatever, but like, that's kind of wild to like never have to worry about that ever again. You know what I mean? Like for the rest of your life, it's just like that's just no longer an expense, and it's a lot of time too. Like, cause I don't know, for me, like I really abuse my time in the bathroom whenever I have to poop because I'm just like I'm gonna be sitting here, you know, I'll like go on my phone, play a game for like a while. You know, it's a lot longer than like peeing takes like what, like 30 seconds, you know? I don't know. This could be compelling. I wouldn't want to do it in my house. I probably would make the trek to like a desert. I think I might do it just because that expense is the lack of that expense for toilet paper is compelling. I personally, peeing for me is like a lot more satisfying. Like I feel a lot more instant relief for me. So I might do it. Although like that is, and I think it might be so traumatizing on some level.
Yeah.
But I don't think I could even really focus on like, oh, how long am I going to live? But like, I think the whole thing is just going to be like really uncomfortable, and I wouldn't even be able to really assess at all.
You'd poop
what the
probably for
situation would
several
be.
months, I would assume, if you lived a normal life, right? Like maybe a couple months or something like that. You'd poop.
Mm.
See, to me, I would. What about going in the ocean and doing it?
Hmm.
There's
You know,
just an
like-
island, a shit island.
Just
Island.
shit and shit. The fish are already doing it. You know, what do you think?
Yeah,
What do you think whales go to the fucking bathroom? They're just pooping.
That's true. Yeah.
So you just poop. That's fine.
I don't know how I feel about this. I do feel like I'm leaning closer to maybe it seems like strangely compelling. But yeah, if it would take months, then like I don't know.
It seems
I don't
like it
know
would be
about
a
that.
labor. You know.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I do like the idea. Like the idea of getting everything over with at once is a very compelling idea to me. I'll say that.
Thank you for giving us something to think about, Yazine, and get help. Finally, Travis Terry has I'm curious about what I don't know the answer to because have I been to the movies with either of you? I don't think so.
No way.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking like for some reason, Chris, I was like, didn't Chris and I see Star Wars together or something? But no, it wasn't you. It was randomly Ramon was in California. Travis Terry wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, what is your go-to movie theater drink and snack? Thank you guys for all that you do." Chris, you go to the movies, you're going to see a 2.5 hour film. What do you get?
I mean, dude, I don't get fancy with the movies, man. Like I get my popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not getting like a fucking pretzel or like a spaghetti fucking bolognese or whatever the fuck these people are. You know what I mean? Like I'm not getting crazy with it. But I usually like sneak in something. I'll usually sneak in Arizona, which by the way is hilarious because they're so big.
You gotta wear your
Arizona-
Jinkos.
Yeah, I wear my Jinko
Get the
jeans.
2 liter in.
But if we're talking like strictly like not sneaking anything in, which I usually do, like I'll sneak in like I don't know, like chips or I don't know, goldfish or some kind of drink. If we're talking about just the theater experience, I love the blue or even the red icy, like that icy whatever that shit is, good shit. And I never have it outside of the movie theater, so it's always like a nice kind of like, ooh, this is like a flavor of the experience here that I get to indulge in. But it's usually I don't know, like buttered popcorn and one of those ices. Like I don't go crazy.
I'm trying to find. I can't find it. I was looking for a tweet I thought I made at one point when I was in Santa Monica, where I would go to the movies down the street from me, and I would go to the McDonald's, like that shitty McDonald's. You know what I'm talking about? That like horrible McDonald's at like near Ocean Avenue. And I would just sneak in McDonald's. I would wear my Northeastern hockey jacket, and I would just sneak in McDonald's. I'd have like fries in my pocket and like 2 burgers. And that was
so crazy.
That was good shit. I love
So
that.
disrespectful to everyone else in the theater who has to smell McDonald's, dude, when they're trying to watch Les Mis or something.
That's good though, isn't it? I mean, it's a good smell, isn't it?
I mean,
Everyone
It's
knows
not
it's
when
McDonald's.
you're not eating it.
Yeah, if you I love that so much McDonald's to sneak in. My McDonald's is crazy because that's I remember that one. That's the one where I had to crush my fries in front of someone because I didn't want to. Somebody was accosting me for my fries at that McDonald's, and they were like, "Yo, let me get one of your fries." And I didn't want to speak to him, and I didn't want to give him a fry, and so I just took all my fries and crushed them in my hand to just spite. Just like, no, how dare you even ask? I'd rather no one had these.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. You have to really take your life into your own hands at that McDonald's, but I did. But typically, I just love a big popcorn, lots of butter. You know, I like when you have the really careful guy that like will put a bit of popcorn in the butter, a little bit of popcorn in the butter.
Oh yeah, the layers.
Yeah, and yeah. So that and then just a Coke with no ice, or a Pepsi if that's what they serve, and no ice. And you just kind of milk that for a little while. You nurse that. Yeah,
Nurse it.
yeah. Dustin, what are you nibbling on there at the movie theater?
So my go-to is also what Chris said, the blue icy. The blue icy reigns supreme. I'm willing to splurge on it. Because, dude, I mean, the movie theater food prices now, dude, pay $8 or $9 for an icy. It's out of hand. But I'll do it. I don't care. So, dude, that's the thing. Me and Ben, Ben and I see movies together, not very much recently, but we've gone quite a few times. And we are like, dude, this is the Icy fan club right here, Ben and I. And we're open to new applicants if you'd like to join the Icy fan club. But sometimes popcorn. But Colin, you mentioned the nursing. It is a delicate dance because you don't want to be left with all this popcorn and no drink.
Right.
Because I can't control myself. I'm going to keep eating the popcorn. And then I will be the thirstiest I've ever been in my life in the middle of a movie with no drink. So got to play the game right.
Popcorn is so good.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Man, oh, man.
It's good shit. Movie theater, I don't know what people knock movie theater popcorn for I think valid reasons, but like I don't know. There really is something about the pairing of like sitting in a dark theater with popcorn that is just like it's every time, even when I make popcorn for myself at home, like just as like a snack or whatever, I just think about the movie theater. They're so linked inextricably to me. It's good shit. That Blue Icy is a good pairing. Oh yeah. I've literally like I've gotten to the end of like a movie before and I still have like half my popcorn left and I'll just like walk home with the bucket eating popcorn. And I look probably like a crazy person, but it's good.
By the way, I do out and out reject the idea that bringing McDonald's in is like a torture to other people. These people you can buy a hot dog, nachos, pizza. It's like, come on, man. So I bring in McDonald's? What is it? Come on.
So I've seen all of these options at the movie theater. I've seen these. Okay, you can get a hot dog. You can get a fucking, I don't know, skirt steak. I don't know what the hell. I've never seen anybody get these things. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but like I feel like every time I look around, people either have popcorn or they have like a candy, which by the way can be annoying. Like the whole like the
wrapper
bag and the crinkling, especially during like a quiet moment. I remember I saw like the new Alien movie, and that movie starts out with like a kind of like a long, almost like uncomfortable actual silence. Like they deleted the audio clip because it's like deep space and it's really cool. But then some guy's like fumbling with his fucking jujubes and it's like, shut
Dude,
up.
I was at the movie theater. Movie theater last week and there was a guy behind me who, Colin, you'd love this. He was eating popcorn so loud. And then after he was done chewing, it was like he was still smacking. He was eating popcorn with like it was the consistency of peanut butter. Long stretch, dude. I was losing my mind. And
dude,
this guy
I would kill someone if I had to hear that. This is what I'm talking. This is what I was talking about earlier. You should eat and drink for yourself. You know, no one else wants to hear you. You know, like no one else wants to hear it. No one else wants to see it.
I'm a performative eater.
Get it through your fucking head.
Yeah. I'm selfless. I do things for other people.
Right. I understand. When my parents got divorced, my mom dated this guy for years who would eat like, and I was like, how have you gotten through your entire life?
That's crazy. Like a fucking hand puppet. That's insane.
It's and like it didn't seem to bother almost anyone. And I was like, why? It's very strange. I want to fucking kill you. I wanted to kill him for a lot of different reasons. All right. On that note, let's get into the news. Smaller news items to get through, then some what we're playing, get through the games we're messing around with, and we'll get into some of the bigger news items. And we'll wrap things up. There's supposed to be a state of play next week, apparently. So it should be an interesting episode. I had heard it was as soon as this week from someone who said that they might have known. I don't have any sources telling me anything about this. So I think next week will be pretty interesting. This week's pretty interesting, though, too. And it all starts here. I want to talk about Concord. I wasn't going to ever talk about this game again because who really gives a shit? However, and I don't do journalism really anymore, as you guys know, and we talk about this a lot. I was a journalist at one time, and I used to break a lot of stories. And these days, I don't really grind like that. So the stories that I break these days are usually always people coming to me. And someone who worked on Concord reached out to me, and I verified who this person was and went through all of that and talked to this person extensively, for a long time. Ooh. And got some, I think, interesting information that I can share about Concord. And I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong as far as how much it cost and how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million to make.
Oh my God.
And the story goes that Concord, by the time Concord was, so in the first quarter of 2023, Concord had basically entered an alpha state. This was before Sony had even purchased the team. But Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, and which was the original owner of Firewalk and Firewalk, probably since late 2020, maybe 2021 at the latest on Concord. The game was in development before that. Up to the point that the game went into alpha state, they had already spent about $200 million on it. And it's unclear how much of that money is from Probably Monsters and the original investors into the game and how much of that money was from Sony. There's this term in product development, not only with games, but really with everything. You can like manufacture a tchotchke. You guys might have heard of it. It's called minimum viability, or a minimum viable product. Mm-hmm. The idea behind this, or MVP, the idea behind this is that this is like what you're trying to achieve. And it's like, once you cross this barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not that it's the best it can be, or that it's what it's going to be by the time you launch it, because there's all sorts of extra stuff you do to it. But like, this is the minimum viability of the product. When the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in quarter one of 2023, from that point until the game launched, Sony spent another $200 million on it. The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape when it was shown, and ready, basically like when the alpha was ready to go and they were kind of being like, we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So, 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being like a great game, to get it to just viability. And that at that time in quarter one, 2023, there was nothing done. Like, a major expense was having to urgently outsource much of the game to other studios to finish building the game out. And that two fundamental things were not worked on at all up to the point in which the game was shown in alpha. Onboarding, nothing about that. No, like there was nothing about how players get on, like how they make their character, all that kind of stuff, or, choose their character and get there, and monetization. Two very expensive, very specific and boutique things that happen to games like this. And so that's the first thing that I wanted to say, is that it's not only about the ongoing cost, which would be in the millions to keep the game going per month, but that the game cost about $400 million to make, soup to nuts. Sony put most of that money in. And it is not only so, because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint from the first party or second party. So let that sink in.
It's crazy,
and it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2. And so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game cost more than that. And they lost all of it because they made no money. They made about $1 million gross revenue, and then they gave it all back. So this is a huge, multiple hundreds of millions of dollar loss. Now, the question is, why? Why did this happen? This game was heavily championed behind the scenes. Now we know this because Sony ended up, what's funny is that the game is presented in Q1 2023 as this, we're kind of getting towards the end. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position. And then Sony buys the team. The idea behind this was, and the term apparently verbatim had been used, that Concord is the future of PlayStation. That they had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony. That it can be repeatedly revisited over and over and over again, not only in cross media, but in what we were seeing. We've already kind of seen little bits of it. So the weekly story vignettes that they were going to release, and then of course the inclusion in Amazon's Secret Levels anthology, that's like just scratching the surface of it. Ironically, the game was codenamed Chaos behind the scenes. And a major thing about the game is that there was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe. You weren't allowed to say anything, apparently internally, about this game. About how like something's wrong with it, character designs are not right, and so on and so forth. They really truly believe this was Herman Hulst's baby, apparently. And he internally was himself a massive champion of the game. So it's not that. So the reason I'm telling you all of this, it's some interesting information, of course, but it's that I had said when people were like, Concord lost $200 million. Now people were pulling that money out because that's basically how much like some of the first party games like Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2, etc., kind of cost in that frame. And I was like, there's no way that it cost that much. I was saying like it cost 9 figures, probably like low $100 million, but there's no way it cost $200 million. No, it cost $400 million. So, and I am totally solid on this source, by the way. So that's why I'm willing to share it with you. Because again, I'm not really a journalist. So yeah, the big things to take away, $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months ago before release. Not even monetization, no onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished from all of these different angles over an 18-month period. Internally, the game was considered part of the future of PlayStation with heavy cross-media references and a system of toxic positivity surrounding it that didn't allow anyone to meaningfully change the course of the game. Because if the people at the top truly believe in something, you're not going to be able to do much about that, I don't think, from the trenches. So I thought people would be interested in that, and just wanted to throw that out there that, yeah, Sony really saw this as a Star Wars-like project for them, like the potential to, and now it makes sense. Yeah. Not only why they spent so much money on it, but why they bought the team. So there are people there, and to me, it's unclear who exactly the people are. I know some of the names. I don't want to get too deep into that because a lot of the things I learned were off the record, but obviously this is on background. And it's like, yeah, now it makes a little more sense. You spent, and by the way, the $400 million not included in how much it cost to buy the team. So yeah, so Concord is Sony's biggest released game by budget to date. And it is the biggest loss that they've ever had as a company on a project before. I think that it's unclear to me what the future holds for Firewalk. I couldn't learn too much about that. It honestly doesn't seem good. I don't know if you've seen that a lot of, this is like really in the trench nerd shit, but ArtStation, that website where a lot of artists put their stuff up, like their portfolios and stuff, like a shit ton of Concord stuff has been appearing on there as if people are dumping, their assets on there under the expectations that they're going to start losing access to the stuff. So you can read into that a little bit. I don't know if Sony wants to just write this entire thing down and be done with it. If I were in their position, I think Jaffe would argue it's like you have this really talented group of people. But if you don't want to like let them go, like you paid for them, you might as well keep them and have them do something else. However, it reminds me a little bit, I'm a sports fan, as people know. I'm wearing my Jets sweatshirt right now. Jets play the Patriots tonight. So I'll either be really happy or really sad by the time you hear this. For that reason, I'm always really sad about a lot of other different reasons. But it reminds me of like sports teams where on paper, it's really great, but the chemistry's not there. The execution's not there. Like this particular permutation doesn't work. No matter how much talent, how much money, how much time and effort, how much buy-in was there, it simply doesn't work. I would think Firewalk would get shut down because of that. But I have no information on that specifically. What I wanted to tell you guys about specifically, the budget, Sony's belief in the game, the future of PlayStation talk, the toxic positivity, how bad of shape Concord was in, and how much money they had to spend just to get it to where it was. Pretty crazy shit. And I don't know too much about the Sony side of it other than to say that I think that there's a lot of mixing up of personnel over this, that games are being moved around and canceled, that in some sense Concord might just be scratching the surface of like how much money Sony's trying to spend on projects. So I thought people would find that interesting. And rock solid source, so glad to share it with you guys. And if you guys ever want to talk about, if you work on games or anything like that and you want to talk, you can always reach out to me. I don't seek you guys out anymore like I used to, but you can always reach out to me or through one of the producers of the show and get in touch and we'll talk that way. I always protect my sources. So any thoughts on that before we move on, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, the biggest, I don't know about the most interesting thing, but the thing that sticks out to me right now is that you said that Herman Holst was the champion of this game, because I think that without this information, if we wanted to point a finger, we probably would have at Jim Ryan, being that assumingly this was set into motion under his leadership. But if he was trusting in Herman Holst, who's now become president as well, that's concerning.
Co-CEO, even worse.
Co-CEO,
I mean,
yeah.
Because that was something, and again, on the Sony side, not a lot of information to share, but there was probably a lot of people buying in and believing the hype. And I think that it seems like people that are working on these games don't really know what they're doing, but I think that that's fairly obvious.
Yeah. It's just so odd because I'm sure there are a million things we say on this show, and there are lots of developers that listen to us and they say, wow, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And a lot of times they're probably right. We only have the perspective from the outside. None of us have ever been developers. Colin, you have the most experience being inside and see how it works, but there's still a lot of things we don't understand.
Sure.
In this case, though, with Concord, the three of us saw that first trailer and saw the marketing. We're like, oh yeah, the writing's on the wall for this one. Surely there were people inside that knew that. But it's like you said, the positive toxicity,
toxic positivity.
Yeah,
like that was really nailed down to me in the conversation, was that like you couldn't say anything. Like no one believed it. No one like wanted to change. No one understood how fucked up it was from all these different angles. It's very weird, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is important to I think touch with the baseline reality that if a game sucks and it's put out into the world, they know. Like nobody is like surprised. Like I think like maybe the higher ups probably are, and maybe like, but people in the trenches, I think generally, like the people who were making Lord of the Rings Gollum understood that it sucked. Like it's just not possible to not know. And there's probably all sorts of reasons why, like, the studio can't just like sandbag their own game and probably all sorts of protections against that, but like it's never a surprise. So like when something like this gets so far along, it really must just be the case where it's just like, okay, well, this is just something that's championed from the higher ups that aren't really connected or aren't in the know or just are like very out of touch. Because that first trailer was not good.
No,
at all.
No, and so, that's what I want to know more about is, because of this era of, or this feel of toxic positivity and like not really being able to go against the grain, there's probably not many people vocally or visibly vindicated on the inside, even though there are a lot of people that probably knew but didn't say anything. So it's like this very complicated thing of like, whose fault is it really? Because there's certainly people that worked on it. I know like that there are people that worked on it like, this isn't happening. And what I was told specifically about, again, that Q1 2023 era, when they're kind of going into alpha and really getting things together, is like there was just nothing there. Like the gameplay was there, the way the game functioned, but like there was no content, there was no onboarding, there was no monetization, like there's no game. And it's a mystery, like what was even like what the money, like how you even spend that much money making that. And the only reason, or not the only reason, but one of the reasons it cost so much to fix it and to get it going was because of how, imagine you're like a contract studio and you know that you have a big company over the barrel, like they need you bad. You can charge a nice surplus on that. You know, it's like, yeah, our services plus like, yeah, we're gonna have to crunch and you're gonna need it this time. Well, we'll take a little bit extra, and that kind of gets spread around, and before you know it, you're spending $400 million on a game that, I mean, it's a huge loss. You know, total loss. I guess what I'm saying. So hopefully we never have to talk about Concord again. But, well, I guess we'll talk about it if it comes back, or if it's decided, because I'm kind of curious. I asked this person their thoughts since they're so intimately connected to the game. I'm like, do you think it'll come back or not? And not a lot of stuff I can say on the record or on the show. But my thought is that I don't, and I shared this with the person, I was like, Firewalk has a stench. It's what I was saying earlier about the sports team. You got to break these guys up, in my opinion. Keep some of them, send some of them on the other teams. It's just like some players, some components, but the team itself can't function, obviously. Yeah. So, no matter how good the talent is on paper, they're paper champs, as the old term goes, and they are responsible for the biggest loss in PlayStation history. Though I would want to spread there's so much blame to spread around. The level of buy-in on this team is comical to me.
Yeah.
That no one was like, that there was a real belief, but this is what happens when you're not allowed to say anything without suffering some sort of professional damage. So that's that. All right, guys, this just broke right before we started recording. In fact, I woke up to some text messages from friends about it over on the PlayStation blog and on YouTube as well, and other places, celebrating 30 years of PlayStation with a nostalgic look. So as you guys might recall, though PlayStation launched in the West, specifically in the United States, in September of 1995, PS1 actually came out in Japan December 3rd in 1994. And this is a holy sort of date in PlayStation history. We know that December 3rd, 2014 was some sort of holy date for Sony, and the 20th anniversary. That's where the 20th anniversary PS4 comes from, that I have in my closet, sealed in box. And for the 30th anniversary, we knew they were going to do something, and so they have. There's going to be a baseline PS5, a PS5 Pro. I think that is the Pro, yeah. Edge controller, a DualSense controller, and a Portal, all based around the gray scheme PS1 with the colorful red, blue, green, and yellow logo, the colored face buttons, and all of the rest. Really, really sexy shit. Now, it's important to note, the 30th anniversary collection will be released November 21st. For the PS5 Pro console, there will only be 12,300 of them made. So this is exactly what they did with the PS4. I don't think it was PS4 Pro, but it was just a PS4 standard model, but it was the anniversary model. So it's almost impossible to get one of these. Like, it would be shocking to me if everyone that wanted one, or anywhere close to everyone that wanted one, got one. So don't be too upset about that. But you should be able to get, if you want, the standard PS5, if you'd like, 30th anniversary console. It doesn't seem like they're selling the plates, which is a little disappointing. I wonder if that comes later. The DualSense Edge looks really nice. I'm not going to get that. I will try to get the DualSense. The one that I'm looking at, though, guys, that Portal is you're so good looking. Like, look at that thing. Oh my God. Now, I already own a Portal. It would be such a flippant waste of money, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to resist. I think I might be picking one of those up. So, Chris, where are you on this? Are you going to pick up any of this stuff?
Yeah, I'm a slut for this, man. I'm grabbing as much of this as I possibly can. This is PlayStation to me, and it always, look, I like the black, the PS2, nice looking. I get it, right? But there's something about this gray. There's something about it. It's a very specific gray. Even the two-tone is very specific. Those slightly darker gray analog sticks, the colored face buttons. It's it is PlayStation to me. I love this thing. I'm going to do my best to get my hands on the Pro, but if not, I'm figuring some way, to get at least the controller. It's so good looking, man.
Oh, the controller's so sexy.
Weird. It's weird to me that this isn't just what it looks like.
Right, exactly. I agree.
I don't understand. But, God bless. I'm so happy that they're doing this. I figured they would be. I always love this kind of thing because December 3rd is the day before my birthday, so it's always kind of a nice, I don't know, something nice about it. But excited.
Dustin, where are you on this? Are you going to try to get the PS5 Pro console bundle, which comes with all sorts of shit, apparently?
That's the thing, Colin, is that if you want this model of PS5 Pro in the anniversary colors, you must buy the bundle. There is no option to just buy the console.
Okay.
So I did the math on this earlier because if you buy the bundle, it includes the console, the DualSense wireless controller. I assume that's the anniversary one. It includes the DualSense Edge. It includes the charging station. And it also includes the vertical stand and collector's items. And you must buy all of that specifically for the Pro version. So
that's fine.
The PS5 Pro, $700. DualSense Edge, $200. The charging stand is $30. Then the console stand is $30. And then they have these collector's items, which is like a cable tie. They have a special USB-C cable that has a PS1 end connector on it.
That's super cool, that USB cable.
Yeah. So if you want that PS5 Pro model, you must buy the bundle and expect it to be at least $1,000.
Yeah, I would say so. 1,000. It was probably what
it's
it's going to cost. Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be more than that because it's a Portal as well, right?
No.
Or is that not?
The Portal is totally separate.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you don't have to buy the Portal, but
thank God.
It's very annoying for me. And they do this on purpose. As one of their core enthusiast customers, I already have a DualSense Edge. I've already wasted $200 on one for its minimal improvements and terrible battery life. So now, if I want the Pro version, I must buy another one. I already have the charging stand. I have to buy another one. I get it, especially because it's limited, unlike the standard PS5. But it's going to be so incredibly painful. I think that because it's going to be so expensive, it will be. I don't think it'll be easy to get, but it's not going to be insane. Maybe just because that price tag is going to be
it's
prohibitive for most, I would say. So prepare your wallet.
Well,
if you want that Pro version,
your butthole,
your butthole, certainly get the lube.
I'm bracing, man. I'm spread wide for this. This is all I want really out of PlayStation. I don't get it.
Well, this is the important thing. Well, that means a lot of important things, but these all go on pre-order the same day that Pro goes live on PlayStation Direct. So I hope Sony has, which is September 26th, I think. I have it in my calendar already for the Pro. I hope Sony's ready with this because I don't trust them completely, and it's going to be fucking crushed. And if I don't get one of these, I just want the console. Like that's the most, the Pro is like what I want. I think it's going to go quick. I would be shocked if the Pro special edition didn't go almost immediately, just because I don't take financial advice from me, obviously, but just buying this thing and putting it in your closet, if you don't really need it, I think would be very wise. Like, I know for a fact the PS4 Pro special edition is a major collector's item. That I have a sealed version of it is worth many times more than it was MSRP'd at.
Let's find out.
Yeah, how much is that worth?
Someone told me on a podcast recently it was like $1,500 or something on eBay. So it's like, do you want to buy it and put it away? It's kind of interesting idea but I don't. So for this, I'm going to try to get that day, September 26th. I'm going to try to get the Pro. I want to try to get the controller, the base controller, if I can. And God, that Portal. But it's such a waste of money. I already own the Portal.
Sell your Portal.
Yeah, I guess I could. Is it worth? Is there a good aftermarket for the Portal? Probably.
I don't know. Maybe.
Or I could just give it to someone. Just give it to someone in my family or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it's just so good looking. The Portal is the most attractive of all of the things to me. Like there's something about that dark screen, obviously, and just the darkness. Instead of having those bright white controllers, there's nothing distracting about it. It's very subtle. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's subdued. I wouldn't be embarrassed to display this thing. Like my current PS5 is like behind my TV because that's the only place that it fits. But if it looked like this, man, I'd find a way. I'd figure something out, finagle some wires, move some furniture around. Like it's so good. It's so good looking, man.
The Edge also on the touchpad has like all of the sacred symbols on it, which is cool. But I'm actually glad that it's not on the controller. Like it's so much cleaner without it, in my opinion. Like just the gray
Whoa.
touchpad is so nice. Dustin, were you going to say something?
No, I mean,
Sorry, I thought you looked up. Did you find it?
Yeah, I looked up your console. It's about $1,500.
Yeah,
now.
that's nice. Nice little chunk of
Sealed.
change. Now, to be fair, I didn't even pay for it. Sony sent that to me. So I don't have any investment in it. So it's just all free and clear money. You got to think about that too. But I just think about this hardware stuff where I'm like, this is very limited, dude. There are 62, 63 million PS5s and 10,000 of them will be this. So that's something, right? And by the time, by the time all is said and done, it'll be more like 100 to 120, 130 million PS5s and 10,000 of them will be that. So there is, something to that. But please, I want the controller. I just want the controller. I want it. All right. Oh, Murderer Kevin wrote in and said, we'll be getting the 30th anniversary controller. Sorry, I forgot to read your comment. Yeah, I think we're... So, all right. So let's go around the horn one more time and figure this out. Dustin, September 26th rolls around. You go to PlayStation Direct and you're buying what?
I think... It's so painful, but I think I will try to get the bundle. I mean, that's the only way to get the PS5 Pro. I'm going to buy one, but I think I will try to sell my current DualSense Edge and charger just to try to recoup some of the costs. But it's one of the things where if that bundle has an insane markup just for being limited, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, if it's above $1,000, I wouldn't do it at all. Like if it's not really equivalent to the a la carte purchasing of all of those items, I think that's kind of fucked. Because like what's fun about it is that it's not expensive. That's not what's prohibitive. It's like just the timing that's prohibitive, and that's cool. I dig that, especially because they're doing it through their own retail outlet. All right, so you're gonna go for the bundle, but if not, you're gonna go for the Pro, standard Pro.
That's the thing, you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the standard
right
anniversary?
Like, right.
Okay.
To be clear, September 26th, the Pro itself is going.
Right.
So I would imagine most people that are going to. Or I don't want to say most because most people are probably getting the controller, but many people are going to go and get the Pro itself. So that's what I'm wondering. So you're going to go for the bundle. And then if you can't get that, then you'll get the Pro, the standard Pro. And will you get a controller?
Probably. I really don't need one.
Especially because you're buying a Pro, which is going to come with a controller. It's such a shame, really. You know?
Yeah. I have the DualShock 4 anniversary one, and it was my go-to. I still use it. So I think I would need to get that.
Okay, wait, hold on. Quick question. It's unfortunate. Does the Pro bundle, this 30th anniversary bundle, this is the digital edition PS5?
Correct.
Right.
This is no disc drive.
Correct.
So now so if you get that Pro, you're gonna have a mismatched disc drive.
No. It says
it will plate. Apparently,
it comes with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's good that they thought about that at least.
It is. There's something actually. It's not cool, but it would look kind of cool actually mismatched. But you definitely want it to be clean. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Chris, where are you? So you sign in September 26th to PlayStation Direct. What are you going for?
I'm Black Friday trampling all the way up to this bundle, man.
Right.
Like,
so the bundle, you guys both had that in your sight. Okay.
Well, I don't have a DualSense Edge. I don't have the what is it, the charging stand, and I don't have a Pro. So like it just seems like worth it to me.
Right.
You know, I also just need another PS5 for my office. So like this is I'm stoked for this. This is how I wish every PlayStation looked, quite frankly. Like I love the look of the gray. I wish they had committed to it, because every other console just went like black or white or, you know, everything else. And this gray is sexy, man. It's a good looking gray. I literally made a custom. I don't know if they do it anymore. I'm pretty sure they still do, but like on Xbox Design Lab, you could make your own controller. I made myself a gray, like a PS1 styled Xbox controller, and it's so good looking. It
sounds unholy.
It's good looking, man.
No, I believe it. It doesn't sound like it belongs, but I can totally see it.
I know.
Okay, so you guys are both going to aggressively go after that limited edition. I'd be curious to see if either of you get one or both of you. I think we could actually maybe sort of read into the popularity of it based on who gets it. Like if neither of you get one, then it's very popular. If one of you get one, okay. If both of you get one, then I think that it's somewhat reasonable to assume that you had a few minute window maybe to get in there. I'm going to be signed in, ready to go. By the way, go to PlayStation Direct and log in. Like get it all ready to go, because you have to log in with your PSN name. And you'll definitely want to do that in the days leading up to September 26th. I'm going to sign in. I'm going to get the PS5 Pro Standard Edition. And really look forward to that. And then I will definitely get a controller, a standard controller, because I don't really want the Edge. The standard. By the way, the Edge comes with that bag, and the bag is gray too, and that looks fucking sick.
Yeah. Hard shell.
Yeah, the hard shell case. I should
Oh
say.
yeah,
And
so good.
so yeah, PS5 Pro controller, and then dropping the Portal in there as well. I don't know. By the way, did you guys see the boxes that they come
Oh
in?
yeah, yep,
Dude.
Mhm.
I mean,
it's good, man.
So for people that go look, because we're obviously an audio podcast for most people, some of you watch us on YouTube, but we just don't edit it. But it's in the old style original PlayStation box, like with the same typeface, the same iconography. It's fucking sick. When I saw that, I was like, that is sick. Love it. So
It looks so good.
I'm a conspiracy theorist, Chris, in that, because you're talking about like, man, why didn't they just stay with the grayscale kind of stuff? I'm like, I think they make the console somewhat ugly so that they can sell you prettier ones later. Like, I don't know if that's I think it's a non-zero chance that there is some calculus in that. Like, we can make classic PlayStation console immediately, but we can just sell it to you later. You'll buy this
true.
and it will
Yeah.
look like whatever it looks like, you're going to buy it. So, because I think the PS5 is, I think the PS5 is truly ugly. Like I wish that they totally redesigned it for the PS5 Pro, and I'm a little bummed that they didn't. They seem to really like this form factor. Plus, as Moore's Law was explaining to me, like everything fitting in a certain way, like you don't really want to fuck with that because you have to cut things again, and it makes things more expensive. But I look at the PS5 next to my Xbox Series X downstairs, and I'm like, damn, dude, that's such a better looking machine. Like it just is. It's just so much better looking, and nothing will be better than the PS2 or the PS4. I think was sick too. The PS4 was chef's
I like
kiss.
most console designs, honestly. It's just like the base PS5 is just so. It's not even necessarily everything about it. It's really one aspect of it. Like if it was just a solid white console that didn't have that form factor, I think I could be okay with it. If it was, clearly if it's this form factor and not white, it's good looking. So like I think it's really just like every bad choice compiled together. I think that's probably like true though. I think they, at this point especially, I don't think it was necessarily the thought process with the PS2 to make like an uglier machine to sell you a nicer looking machine later, because I don't think they made like a grayscale PS2. I could be wrong.
No, they made a lot of PS2s, but I don't know if they ever made a PS2 that looked like a PS1. I don't think people were really feeling that level of nostalgia at that period.
Right. No, it was too recent. Like,
right.
You want to distance yourself from, maybe not distant. Maybe that's the wrong. That has like a bit of a nefarious connotation. But like you want to put some mileage between you and your last machine, just so people perceive a bigger leap, subconsciously. But I do think at this point, like, they know that they can profit off of this, and I am the problem. I fully acknowledge that. Like, it's good looking, man. Gray. I like gray consoles. I think consoles like look best when they're gray. There's something about it that like denotes like this is a video game machine. I don't know why. I think it's because like most machines just don't do this anymore. I think it was just like a more popular design consensus at the time, where like a lot of things were gray, and then only video games were gray, like Super Nintendo, NES, PlayStation, and then we kind of got away from that, and I miss it.
Yeah, they stopped. I think the N64 in some sense was like the last console that looked like a console. After that, people started trying to make things that look like they fit in the entertainment system to try to heighten them out of your child's bedroom, out of the playroom, out of the basement. And I totally get that and appreciate that. And there is some masterclass industrial design behind some of the consoles. Like, first of all, I think the Dreamcast is like a really, really sick looking console. It's small and just this tight little package. It's so awesome. Obviously, we said the PS2, but I do think that the level of nostalgia we have for PS1 is lost on some people because they weren't there. And that just makes perfect sense. So, yeah, go ahead.
Someone's at my door.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Chris got a doorbell ring, I guess, or a knock. So he's going off to that.
So I didn't see this on the blog post, Colin. I don't know if you did. It doesn't say what time. It just says Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know. I noticed that as well. Also with the PS5 Pro announcement, my suspicion is that they will just have an update on social media feeds or something with the time. I hope, because otherwise I'm going to be. Is it like Japanese time? Because if it is, then that's like 12 hours earlier or whatever it is. Right. That would actually be on the 25th for us, I think. So I think that's right. So yeah, that's right. So yeah, we have to figure that out. It makes me glad though. I mean, it's serendipitous that I was kind of bummed. I was like, oh, I didn't get the Astrobot controller. And now it's like, oh, I'm glad I didn't, because I want this one way more than that. So yeah. Everything all right, Chris?
Yes. There's this kid who lives in my building, and he has this like little. It's a drone, but it's not like a hyper. It's like a toy drone, and it like landed in my balcony. And he was like, "Hey, sorry," and I was like, "Oh, no worries." But I this was on my couch, and I decided to bring it in because you said it.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's
Yeah,
something
that's nice.
about it, man.
Yeah.
The gray and the colored buttons, good shit.
Do you think Phil made that himself in the factory and he was crying while he was making it?
Yeah.
He's on the production line.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer's in the trenches building.
That was his punishment after Redfall. He had to spend 2 weeks in the design lab production line.
Wait, what the
Yeah.
Okay.
He was at Foxconn.
So stupid. All right.
Yeah.
Couple things about Bungie. And they've been coming up a lot lately, but that they're the biggest PlayStation studio basically, so they're going to be coming up a lot, I guess. I don't know if you guys saw this circulating. So I looked a little bit into this guy. Don McGowan is his name, and he's like an industry lawyer that worked, I guess, for a brief time for a few years at Bungie, and he was actually there for the purchase of the studio, so he probably made a nice amount of money there. But he worked as the chief legal officer of Pokemon Company before that. Pretty interesting considering what's going on with Pokemon Company and Nintendo Now and Pal World. Go get him, Miyamoto. And before that, he worked at Microsoft, and he's been kind of bouncing around the industry as a legal counsel. And he wrote this this small note on LinkedIn, and he's linking to a Kotaku article that is talking about the outlines for Bungie's changes to Destiny 2 that we discussed last week on the show that they discussed on Bungie.net. And so he said the following, quote, "Much though it pains me to say this, it appears that Sony's inflicting some discipline on my former colleagues may have forced them to fix the things that were wrong with their game. To be clear, I'm not talking about the layoffs. I'm talking about forcing them to get their heads out of their asses and focused on things like implementing a method of new player acquisition, not just doing fan service for fans in the Bungie C-suite, and running the game like a business. Good. I still have friends in that environment, and I'd like for them to keep their jobs. This is the future I thought the company should embrace after the Sony acquisition, a studio, not an independent company. But there were a lot of egos for whom it was important to pretend that nothing would change. I remember sitting there during the deal saying, do you think Sony describes them as them getting to pay $3.6 billion for the right to have no input into what Bungie does? That was exactly what a lot of people thought. I guess they've been given cause to understand that's not how things work. Good. The changes described in this article are the things you do to run a franchise, not to keep making the game you and your friends have mastered or to chase trends." Oof. What are your thoughts here on this one, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, I think it was, last week, since it was my first week back, we were talking about Bungie in general. It's just that Destiny has become really great still for people that are into it. But we talked about when you have players dropping off and then you continue to compile how hard it is to get back into a game, you simply just your audience shrinks. And when your audience shrinks, you have less people to buy your game. And so, you want to do right by your fans and do what you care about, but there also are business realities. And so it makes sense that something needs to change, particularly with how disastrous things were going financially for Bungie. So none of what he's saying is a surprise, but more of just a confirmation of how higher ups viewed the situation. So not really a great situation, but hopefully they can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in this. I'm more focused in like this guy's comfort in speaking like this about it's like, wow, leave on bad terms much. Chris, anything here interesting for you about Don McGowan, the former legal counsel of Bungie, speaking quite candidly?
Yeah. I mean, I think from what I know about Bungie, they always had kind of this delusion of independence, and I say that not in any positive or negative way. They just they came into Microsoft and they acted as if they were an independent entity when they weren't, and that's part of what is appealing about them. They do have this like weird kind of just like, even if they are owned by like another entity, they seem to just kind of act of their own volition, and that there is something interesting about it, but it is also somewhat immature. It is, on some level, you can't function like this forever. At some point, you gotta maybe grow up a little bit. And so, yeah, I don't think there's anything necessarily incorrect about what he's saying. I do think Bungie needs to be maybe stiffen their posture up a little bit, because they have been running a game, in my opinion, that's very, very great. But like Dustin said, it's just the audience capture has not been a priority. The onboarding has not been a priority, which for a game like this is kind of baffling. There's a lot of fan service to be had. It's great. And in some ways, Bungie's managed to put together something that by all accounts shouldn't really exist, which is like a really, really satisfying game for people who have spent a long time in this ecosystem. Usually it's kind of difficult to do on the level that they've managed to do it. Because for players of Destiny, it's mega satisfying, but everybody else is just kind of left out on the wayside, and it's just not a smart way to run a business. I think, I think this is kind of like a long time coming in some way. And the fact that they've managed to get away with it for so long, I think is kind of cool. But also, the end of the line, man.
Yeah, I'm more militant about this, I think, than you guys are, just in the sense that I think these guys really fucked Sony, and that doesn't matter from a dollars and cents perspective. We don't own stock in the company or whatever. It just matters because it affects the brand we like and want to run well to give us the best possible games. And these guys have sucked up so many resources and so much time, and it's just what a fucking stupid acquisition. And they should be worshiping the ground that Sony walks on for saving them, because Bungie would be in deep, 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 deep trouble if they were out there on their own. They'd have to borrow money. They'd have to sell pieces of themselves. They'd have to lay off a lot of people in order to survive. Will Sony end up getting something valuable out of this? We'll see. But what a boondoggle. And as someone, Bungie obviously has amazing talent and a deep history of making great games, but I have no personal love for them as a player, and so to see them disrupt the ecosystem that I'm in so deeply is troubling, just because it was a total unforced error and just more bad management and bad decision making, in my opinion, on Sony's part. And now they're going to come in and fix things. We'll see. And speaking of that, there are rumors going on around about Marathon. So obviously Marathon's an old Bungie game from the 90s. They're reviving it as an extraction shooter, a PvP extraction shooter. And it should be pretty interesting. I'm sure it'll do well and be good. I don't know. There's some concerning chatter about it. It's hard to read through the tea leaves about, because some people are like, oh, this game's really in trouble behind the scenes. Some people are like, oh, it's actually playtesting really well. And so I don't know. But there is a report going around from a website we don't really cite very often called the Game Post. And they write here, quote, multiple sources tell the Game Post that Bungie is considering a $40 launch price for Marathon, its upcoming PvP extraction shooter. Been well over a year since Bungie announced its first non-Destiny game, Marathon. It's not their first non-Destiny game. Originally revealed in May 2023, this title is shaping up to be quite different from what players may have initially expected. According to several sources familiar with the project, Bungie appears to be targeting a $40 price tag for Marathon, opting for a pay-to-play premium model, rather than following the free-to-play model seen in many modern shooters. The Game Post understands that it's likely the discussions between Bungie and Sony have taken place around Marathon's pricing strategy after the disastrous launch of Sony's live service game Concord, which also launched for $40 but was shut down just 2 weeks later. However, sources confirm that a $40 price point was definitely in the cards. What do you guys think about this? You guys know more about these games than I do, no doubt, and you're going to play. I'm not going to even play Marathon if it's PvP, but it's like, I'm not convinced the $40 price point's the problem. It can't be, because if Concord was the first thing that was $40, everyone's like, well, I mean, the data would be totally different at that point. It's like, yeah, obviously this bombed and the price could be a huge part of it. But Helldivers 2 has seen zero discounts and is probably over 15, 16, 17 million copies sold. So I don't know how people are so flippant and so certain that you can't charge money for these games. I think it has to be the right experience, the right project, the right timing, and all of the rest. So I don't like the dismissive. It's got to be free. It's like, well, dude, that's easy to say, but how do you make money on a project that's no doubt costing hundreds of millions of dollars to make? If you're making it free, you have to have a monetization plan. So I'm not surprised by this, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was $40. Chris, where are you on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the $40 price tag is fine. I guess I'm surprised that it isn't going free to play on some level, because I do feel like Bungie could do a lot in that space. But At the same time, you know, $40 for Helldivers was a very, very appealing price, and it was an experience that a lot of people were really into. I think Concord is more of a fluke than a rule. I think Concord was a game that nobody was really interested in a style that has been, you know, done to death, with an art design that was uninteresting by a studio that had no history. And all of those things kind of coalesce into just a feeling of just general apathy about, you know, a product. And paying $40 for something that is that you don't care about is a lot different than, you know, spending $40 on something that looks appealing and looks fun like Helldivers. And I feel like Bungie is one of those studios where it's like the pedigree of the name alone kind of guarantees on some level like a quality bar that will definitely be worth a $40 entry. Like, I mean, I could be like, maybe this game's a fucking disaster. And I know that there's a lot of reporting behind the scenes that says like, oh, well, this game's in a lot of trouble. But I think it's important to remember that, and granted, this is a different time than this, but like, there was no game that was in more trouble probably than Halo 2 was. And that was, if you were getting like information from the trenches at the time of like during Halo 2's development, you'd be like, this game's fucked. You know, it's a mess. This thing's going to be a disaster when it comes out. And then it comes out, it's one of the best things, one of the biggest things ever. I think that, you know, that could be possible. I don't want to assume too much, but I think they can justify a $40 price tag, just like Helldivers did, in a way that Concord couldn't. I'm not really that put off by that. Although I am curious. I guess my point of curiosity is, if Marathon is to be this big thing, to make as much money as they want to make, theoretically that would involve live service trappings like monetization. How will you balance monetization post purchase if you have a $40 price tag versus free to play? Because theoretically the ceiling for free to play is kind of endless, where $40, it's a lower barrier to entry, but it's still a barrier on some level. So I guess I'm just curious how they're planning the trajectory out, if they want this to be huge as possible. Like, I'm surprised they're not doing free to play. But if they think that they have something that is compelling enough, then yeah, I think $40 is fair.
I think the thing about, I would love to, I know so little about this and I would love to know more about it, is like monetization design. And
right.
Specifically the idea of forecasting different models for how things will go. And I think with a game like, I think you hit the nail on the head, with a game like Marathon, having a studio like Bungie attached to it gives it a pedigree where you know that you can just make X amount of money in every forecast, specifically because this is a Bungie game. Why let them in for free at all, right? There is something really special about that idea, because it's not something everyone can get away with. So you might want to leverage it in that sense. It's different than Helldivers, right? Where Helldivers, I think, would have made much more sense as a free-to-play game. They really lucked out by having the right product, which is what I was saying earlier about just having the right thing and the right price. It was all perfect. And the timing and everything. And they really fucked it up. I mean, the more I read about Helldivers, the more I'm like, wow, they really did fuck this game up. And not Sony, Arrowhead really kind of botched it in some sense. It's still big, but it's not what it could be, and not what it, like, they had something with much more momentum. But I think if you look at it from Sony's perspective, forecasting it, you're like, yeah, all right, we let everyone in for free. X amount of people get season passes or whatever they get, or, battle passes and the microtransactions. Or we suspect that if we release a Bungie game for $40, we will just get 4 million people to buy it in the first month, no matter what. And our forecasting just shows this. It's like, yeah, so that's X amount of money guaranteed. And you have to kind of weigh these things when a project is this expensive. It's not like some upstart team scraping by. These are some of the most expensive people in the industry working on this shit. So I think people have to think about it from that perspective. And Helldivers throws a wrench in the entire idea that you can't charge for games, like for online games. And I do understand It's PvP and it's different, but stop and think about it for a minute and you'll realize that it doesn't have to be, we don't have to go to the lowest common denominator. Anyway, Dustin, I'm going on and on. What do you think about Marathon, the pricing rumors, $40? Where's your head at?
Yeah, I am pretty much in total agreement with what both of you guys have said. I don't think Concord is, I understand the comparison, right? It is a multiplayer game, $40 access, but you're right in that, look at Helldivers. And I think the biggest difference, if you compare those two games, is that Concord and this is what I said last week, and you asked me about the check-in since I wasn't here during the Concord downfall. It's just Concord was not a desirable game on many levels. Even when people played it for free during the beta, it still wasn't desirable. So that's what that game was DOA, I think, whether it was $40 or if it was free, because it just simply wasn't very good on multiple fronts. And then you have a game like Helldivers where maybe people had never heard of it or weren't sure of it. There was marketing behind it, but not insane. But really quickly after it came out, the word of mouth was insane, where there was people, one of my buddies, Jason, he likes games, but he's not in the know necessarily. He texted me after a few days. He's like, what's up with this game Helldivers? I'm hearing about it. I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. And clearly that word of mouth had it skyrocket. And so if in the case that Marathon is a desirable, fun game, I'm certain there will be a free beta beforehand. People can check it out. Then yeah, it can easily warrant a $40 price tag. And the other thing too, is that it'll be like Helldivers most likely, that it will have additional monetization on top of it that hopefully, if Sony's smart, is non-intrusive. Much like Helldivers, where it's like, hey, we have these season passes. If you want them, go for it. If you don't, you can still play the game and get your $40 worth. I'm okay with that. So I would expect $40, some additional purchases if you want. And as long as like I said, as long as the game is fun, appealing, desirable, it'll be just fine.
Yeah, it's well said. I think, yeah, you have to, I would love to know how a publisher gets something like Helldivers 2 so right and Concord so wrong in the same calendar year with presumably, I mean, the big organization, lots of different people working on different things. One's second party, one's first party, although both were second party at the same time as well before Firewalk was purchased. I think you look at the data and you're like, God, I don't know what we can learn from this. You know, like, what do we learn from this? You know, it's fascinating. I love that kind of shit. I wish I knew a little bit more about it. All right, 4 more pieces of news. We can go through these pretty quick. The first one I'm really happy to see, actually, and this comes from a press release that was released, although people have been circulating news about it. Absurd Ventures. So this is Dan Houser's company, and they're making like a bunch of different. They're making games, but they're making like that right now. They're doing actually they sponsored the show a while ago, so I don't take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but they did like a radio drama style thing. They're doing like comic books. They want to get into film and TV, and they're doing games. Well, they have a lot of money to work with. And the press release here says Absurd Ventures opens new Absurd Marin studio. So that's, California, Northern California, with former Ascendant Studios team. Developers of the acclaimed Immortals of Aveum joined Dan Houser's Absurd Ventures to work on a new original game IP. So it's not part of what they're doing now, but which is a Better Paradise. They're making like a universe called a Better Paradise. This is going to be a different sort of game. And this is relevant because, first of all, I love Ascendant Studios. I loved what they did. They were over 100 strong. But after Immortals of Aveum came out last year from EA Originals and it didn't do well, they laid off about half of their team. And then after they did some contract work and I think tried to pitch a new game in the spring of this year, they furloughed everyone. So it's run by a guy named Brett Robbins. And so I'm happy that they survived. It seems like they've maybe gotten 20 or 25 of the people that were furloughed. So the other guys probably got jobs or didn't come back. But this, I think, is an exceptional level of security and is really well deserved. I feel bad for Ascendant, and I think Immortals of Aveum is just so good, and I'm sorry for them, but I'm glad that this is a nice end, at least for some of them, because you're going to be working with Absurd Ventures and Dan Houser and the mind behind GTA and Red Dead and all these things. I think you're going to be in great shape. So congratulations to them. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about that, but I wanted to shout that out. The bigger thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about is XDefiant, the Ubisoft shooter that was first announced all the way back in 2021, went into beta, closed beta, and then open beta back in 2023, and then released to everyone this year. They released a year 1 update, but there was something about it that I wanted to ask you guys about, and it's this. So it's written by, I don't know who wrote this letter. It's probably just from like community manager or whatever. And they discuss like everything that they're adding and season roadmaps and updates and all of these different things. And so at the end they say, quote, "All right, with that out of the way, I just want to quickly address the status of the game, i.e., is the game dying? No, the game is absolutely not dying. We know there are things we need to improve, like netcode and hit registration and adding more content to progression, but the game is doing well. We just want it to do better. And we do that by addressing the concerns of our community, which has always been the plan. Ubisoft is very much behind us and has allocated more resources to the team in order for us to do that, end quote. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Isn't that a weird thing to address in official communication? You would just ignore that stuff and let, from my perspective in a communications role, let that stuff just be and then say like, well, it's obvious the game's not dying because we're updating it and we have all these plans for new seasons. Chris, what do you make of them explicitly talking about, is the game dying? No, the game's not dying. Seems a little too close to home for me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel one of two ways about this. I think on some level it's nice to have a level of it's candid without being as it's like 50% candid, you know what I mean? It's like the game is clearly dying. And so like we're going to talk about that, but we're going to deny it. It's kind of weird. I don't mind them being a little bit more direct about it. I think that's fine. Especially if they have this plan. I just, for me, like I look at XDefiant and my eyes glaze over, you know what I mean? Like it's I played it. I gave it a shot. I played it for a significant amount of time too. I played it for about maybe not. I played it for about 4 or 5 hours with some friends of mine. A friend of mine wanted to try it out with me, and I tried it, and it was just fine. Like it's okay.
It's like some sort of Ubisoft crossover, right? Where the bad guys are from the different games and shit.
Yeah, the idea is that like it's like a class kind of PvP shooter where like the different classes are sort of based on different IP. So there's like simplified, like there's a infiltrator kind of class. I don't know if that's the exact terminology, but there's like a spy class and it's Splinter Cell. So it's all these Splinter Cell coded characters with like Splinter Cell themed weapons and abilities and stuff. And then something else might be from the Division and something else might be from like,
it's an interesting idea.
It's not a bad idea. I just don't think Ubisoft has the IP really to do this with. I think this is more definitely Microsoft now could make a killer. Like I feel like Microsoft could make a killer version of whatever this is, but as it stands, like the Division doesn't feel too different from Splinter Cell aesthetically or like visually. Like there's no like real identity there that really, helps you feel like this is. You could play this game theoretically without even really understanding that that's what's even happening. You're just like, oh, this is like, a level and oh, these are classes. It doesn't really feel like it almost feels like it's disguised in some way. Like this is supposed to be like a celebration of like Ubisoft IP and like worlds and characters and all that stuff. But we don't want to get too celebratory for some reason. And it's very strange. It feels somewhat half-hearted in that way. But it's fine. It's not my type of shooter. There's no real verticality to it. It's a little bit flat and bland in my opinion. So I don't know. I personally don't see a future for this, but evidently they do.
Dustin, where are you on XDefiant and specifically the comm strategy? Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it made me think I had to look up the quote. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Oh, Twain.
Which is Mark Twain, of course. But it is an odd thing to say. It feels a little desperate in some ways because they had a great opportunity this year with this game. Modern Warfare 3, which I would say is arguably their biggest competitor, was an off year for a lot of Call of Duty fans. And so this was their chance to kind of swoop in and maybe do something. And as Chris was saying, the game is just overall pretty flat. I played a round or two and was not into it. Yeah. And now they're going into what will be most likely the biggest Call of Duty launch ever, with it being on Game Pass. And so I don't think this game has much of a shot at this point because they kind of they had the chance this year and they didn't make it. So I get that they want to instill some confidence in an audience that may be teetering on whether or not they want to continue to play and invest in this game, but it's Jover. It's Jover for XDefiant, I would say.
Fair enough. 2 more quick news items. I was curious if you guys are you guys into Skate at all? The series that was kind of like what your childhood, your teen years. That game came out, so I don't know if it resonated with you.
Yeah,
But, go ahead.
I kind of I was always like Skate adjacent. Like I never got super. I was more of a Tony Hawk Pro Skater. That was like more my Skate
Same.
video game history. By the time Skate came around, I was just playing deeper things. Although the ragdoll in that game always like really fascinated me. I was always like, so there were always these like videos that would make the rounds on YouTube of like even recently. I feel like I've seen Skate videos of like Jesus like T-pose skating in the sky, and it's clearly in Skate, and it's like this is a really flexible game. So I'm really interested in this next thing.
Yeah, well, I was asking because I was a Tony Hawk person myself, and I remember when we got Skate at the office at IGN, and I was like, this is too complicated for me.
I was bad at it.
Yeah, it was like this. There was a I don't know if people remember, like Thrasher released a Tony Hawk kind of rival when Tony Hawk was kind of first taking off, like Neversoft Tony Hawk, and it was like its calling card, as I recall, if I'm thinking of the right game, is it was like hard. It was more difficult. It wasn't so arcadey. But what I realized about skating games was, no, I want it to be arcadey. I don't want to do like the actual. And I remember in Skate, I think you had to use the sticks in very sophisticated ways and stuff like that, which is makes sense. EA incorporated the sticks in really deep ways in their sports games and really made them more dynamic in that way. And so I know that, and I think people really love Skate. Anyway, I was just trying to know how you guys felt about it, because Skate was 2007, and then they released that Wii spinoff in 2008, but then Skate 2 was 2009, and then Skate 3 2010, and then the series went away. And as I recall, early in COVID, it might have been 2020, if not 2021, they announced that Skate was coming back. And I remember the announcement was like the guys like talking over like a Zoom call type thing. And so this game's kind of been in development for a while since then. It's being made by a studio called Full Circle, which is a Canadian studio, and guys that worked on the Skate games are leading it. So it's promising. But the game's been in development for a while, and the game was properly announced in 2022, and then they kind of went dark. They had said here on their Skate social media feeds that they're incredibly stoked to announce that Skate will be launching. And by the way, they wrote Skate with the period after it, like good PR people. Will be launching in early access in 2025. We'll share more details on what to expect in the coming months. Now, I went and looked into this because Skate, this new iteration of Skate is coming to PC, which is a big deal because the original Skate games, I don't believe, were on PC. And so people are excited about that. And so when I hear early access, I'm like, oh, so it's going to go on PC and you're going to be able to play it there. But no, someone asked, into this tweet specifically, where do we sign up for the console playtest? And they link to a website where you can sign up for registration. So if you guys go and search for the EA Skate website and then go to the Insider Playtest registration, you can actually sign up right now to play the game early. And it will enter early access, as they say here, in 2025. And then the game will probably presumably come out fully after that later in the year. I'm not going to play it. I'd be curious to know what Dagan thinks about it. Dagan, I don't think was ever in the Skate either, which is interesting. I think he kind of came out though when he wasn't playing games really in that kind of weird pocket. So I'm not even sure what his familiarity with it is, but I didn't know if you guys were interested in playing it in early access. And if you are, well, you can play it on console too, apparently. So that's great. And looking forward to seeing what they do with that. If they might have a hit on their hands, because Tony Hawk is kind of just MIA. He had said in an interview recently, we didn't report it on the site, on the show rather, but he had said that he is talking to Activision about some project, whether or not it's getting 3 and 4 back off the ground, which apparently was like Vicarious Vision's intention after the remake came out, or the remasters in 2020, 2021, or whether they're going to do something new entirely is up in the air. But skateboarding was in the Olympics and all these different things. It's like, yeah, it's always a culturally relevant touchstone for people. And if anything, I feel like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, specifically when it came to PS1, I got it in 1999. I want to say that's when it came out. And I feel like it actually had like the reverse effect of making skating bigger in a community, in a society where skating was big, but not quite as big as it would come because of the video games. And you might be able to achieve some sort of reverse synergy by doing that again.
Yeah, it might be something. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was such a huge thing for me. If there's one thing I kind of regret about life, it's honestly like probably not trying my hand at skating, because I was so into it from like a cultural perspective, but I was always afraid I was going to break my head open and end up in a fucking wheelchair. so I just never bothered to do it. But and skate has always been like this thing that I've just kind of looked at longingly from like the sidelines because I'm just like I remember trying to play the demo, I think, when it came to 360. If there was I know I played it in some free capacity. I didn't own it. And I was just so bad at it compared to Pro Skater. And I was just like, I don't know, maybe this is just not for me, but I've always appreciated Skate and that community. They've made some fun videos over the years.
Yeah, it's funny, man. Growing up with my brother, who's obviously was a huge skater, and he's 50 and he still skates around from time to time. I did skate since I was a young kid, and I always wanted to be so much better at it than I was. I just wasn't very good at it. But even in college, I would just skate to class and skate to my friends' houses and all that kind of stuff. And it was interesting, but I was not very good. I could ollie up curbs and do that kind of stuff, but I was not crazy. Like Dagan was really great at it. You have to have a lot of boldness and bravery to do it at a higher level than just kind of what they would call rolling around, which is what I would like to do. So, okay, Skate Early Access 2025. The only other piece of news here I wanted to share is quick. Darksiders II, which is the THQ published Vigil developed game from way back in 2012, was re-released on PS4 in 2015 in the so-called Definitive Edition. And this Definitive Edition is coming to PS5 on October 15th. It will come with 4K resolution, ray tracing, enhanced lighting and shadows, haptic feedback, loading times that have been drastically improved, and so on and so forth. It's only $30. So if you've never played it, you can look forward to that. Darksiders 2 incoming.
Or free upgrade, it says.
Oh, a free upgrade.
If
you already own it digitally, that's true too. Oh yeah, I guess the Definitive Edition would be digital for most people because it was or many people because it was a PS4 version. So yes. And
cool.
So that's available.
I hate that name.
No, it's a horrible name.
I hate it. It reminds me of oh my God, there was something else that did something. Oh, was it Red Faction? No, I don't know.
No, Red Faction had one too. It was remastered.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I hate it. It makes my skin crawl.
It's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, that's worse, to be fair.
In my notes, should I write Skate with a period after it? I'm not going to do it. Darksiders.
I like that, by the way. I like that little branding.
Oh, I do too. I just always, like I said, when Sony used to get mad at us for not writing Infamous, right? And I'm like, we're not writing it like that. We're not writing it like that, so stop asking.
This is Skate with a period after it is almost like the opposite of or I guess you could. Some people like it, but like the fair games with the $sign.
Yeah. But that's what I say is like I don't want to write. I like that as branding in the logo, but I don't think it should be written like that. It should be written like fair games with an S.
Fair.
And we all, you know what I mean? So the logo's cool, but you don't have to write it like that. Let's not get carried away.
Let's relax.
All right, we're back. It's time to talk about what we're playing. Quite an array of stuff here. I'm going to go real quick and I'll just get out of the way so others can go. Astrobot, platinumed it. Platinum number 166. We did, as I said earlier in the show, Chris was on it, and Brad and Gene, a full 2.5 hour spoiler cast and review discussion of Astrobot. You can find that right now. Or not right now. I guess if this is going live on Patreon, you'll find it the next day on Patreon. If you're hearing this on free feeds, go to Patreon now and check it out, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate your support over there. Many exclusive podcasts in the Sacred Symbols Plus line for you to find out. So nothing really to say about that. But before I move on, the Devmeister wrote in and said, "Hey, SS crew," can't call us that. "I'm loving Astrobot and it's awesome platforming fun. However, I was dismayed to find out there's a huge save glitch in the game and I lost my entire progress and my save file corrupted due to an update on my PS5 while in rest mode. Apparently you have to hard save regularly or else this is a regular occurrence. My question is simple. Why are no PlayStation podcasts or spoiler casts talking about the save glitch? I listen to all the major PS podcasts and never heard this mentioned once. Thanks and love the content." I haven't heard of this either. Did you guys ever save manually in Astrobot?
I always did when I was done playing.
Did you do it?
I think it's just you hit start. Like in the
there's like a save game thing in there. I don't think I ever did that. Maybe am I crazy?
I think I did it like twice, but like I didn't lose progress anytime I didn't do it, so I just didn't bother doing it.
Yeah, like I wanted to bring this up because I haven't heard about it, but there is, and yeah, I've just Googled it here because I did look yesterday too. Like there is, this was happening, but it seems like it was happening more around launch. Why are people not talking about it? I don't know. It's the first I heard about it is when you bring it up to the Devmeister, and I didn't experience this at all. But it's definitely not a regular occurrence for those. Like, it might be a patch thing. I didn't play the game immediately, so I gave it a few days, I think, because it came out when we were in San Diego. So maybe something like that was fixed by that point. I don't know, but that sucks that happened. And I don't think I saved manually one single time the entire time. So just wanted to acknowledge that. All right, guys, I showed a lot of discipline this last week, like an insane amount of discipline, because I was done with Astrobot, and I was wondering, like, what should I do? I was waiting for, I knew I was interested in Dead Rising, and Dead Rising came out actually last night, and I did play it for like a half an hour, but I really have nothing to say about it yet. It's Dead Rising, very nostalgic game. And I think that's going to be that way for a lot of people. It was an Xbox 360 centric game, obviously, but it reminds me of college. I remember playing Dead Rising and being like, wow, this does feel like a next generation game. There's so many zombies and the territory's pretty wide open. There's a lot to do. So we'll talk about that when the time comes. But I was like, all right, I have a backlog of games. There were a series of games, I think I counted 5 this year, that I started and didn't finish. And one of them was Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, which I was just like, I actually really liked parts of it, but I was just like, I don't really want to finish it. Another is Metro Exodus, which I tried to play for a second time. And I was like, I just don't like this game for some reason. I don't know why, because I love the other Metro games. But there were 3 others. Panzer Paladin from Tribute. The game Lords of Exile, which is a nice 8-bit style game from Squidbit Works. And then Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, kind of a AA mid-tier game. And these were all on my cross-media bar, and I was like, okay, I'm going to show a little bit of discipline. I'm going to exercise a little bit of discipline. I'm going to fucking start getting through these. Because I envisioned in my head, what I often do when we go away for Christmas break is I like play through some of the stuff that I like didn't get to. And I'm like, why do I do that to myself? I can like enjoy something by not having to do that. So I sat down and played and beat Panzer Paladin. I started all these games over again, except for Kunitsugami, by the way. I started Panzer Paladin and Lords of Exile over, because I both abandoned them midway through, or late towards the game. And I remember talking to Brad about Panzer Paladin a little bit and being like, because it came to Switch years ago, and then it came to PS4 like a few months ago, just kind of randomly. And so I was like, all right, I'll finally buy this. And I like Tribute a lot. I like Mercenary Kings a lot, and so on. And I was like, it wasn't great. I wasn't like really that into it, but I went back and played it again, and I really actually quite liked it a lot. It's a 2D 8 or 16-bit kind of era side scroller, where you and you choose the stages you go to, kind of like Mega Man, which is cool, but the map's more like Street Fighter, like where it's like a world map. So it's pretty cool. And you have this paladin, this Panzer Paladin, which is like a mech, and inside the mech is a small pilot. And the mech fights and jumps and dashes and does all the things that you would do in a 2D side scroller, but it collects the weapons that enemies drop, not like Mega Man, but literally just like it'll drop a sword, so you use the sword. It'll drop like a knife, you use the knife. It'll drop a mace, you use the mace, whatever. And then if your mech takes enough damage, your pilot is ejected from the mech, and you fight as the pilot, but the pilot can barely take any damage, and she has kind of like a Castlevania whip, and fights that way. It's a pretty cool game, and I liked it a lot. So I beat that, and then I went back to Lords of Exile. Lords of Exile is much more based on Castlevania, and it's super good. I really, really liked it a lot. So I started that from the beginning and played it all the way through to the end. Really highly recommend Lords of Exile. And I recommend Panzer Paladin too, if you're into old school 8-bit, especially NES style games. And then Kunitsugami, I hadn't played since mid-July, and I liked it. But as you guys might recall, I was like, it's getting a little repetitive. Like I want to walk away from this. I'm not really into this right now. And then I walked away from it for so long that I was like thinking about it. I booted it up. I'm like, I don't really remember how to play this game, but I overcame, and I kind of did remember what you're supposed to do and how the real-time strategy works and the combat works and all the rest. And so I started like busting my way through it. I think I was like 60% through the game when I kind of abandoned it, and now I'm like 85% through the game. So yeah, I just wanted to pat myself on the back this week to say I used my time wisely. Because often you'd be like, oh, I'll just play Vampire Survivors, or I'm waiting for this game to come out, or I'll just download this other game. I'll just buy this game I don't even really want. I was like, I got to get these games out of the way, because I don't like not beating games. I want that to be it is a rare thing for me, but I want it to be very rare. So that brings the 5 unbeaten games down to 3. And I think I'll beat Kunitsugami at some time, which will bring it down to 2. And then I'll be very comfortable with that. So that's what I've been playing the last week. Chris, let's go to you. It says here you're playing Space Marine 2 and Mass Effect 3. Ooh, controversial.
Yeah. I'll start with Mass Effect 3 because I think I have a little bit less to say about it. Although, I don't know. Mass Effect 3, like, so I've been on a kick lately of Mass Effect. I started Mass Effect 1 with the intention of just kind of polishing off this franchise that I just never fully finished. I finished 2 and 3 back in the day, but I never finished 1. So I finished 1 and I was like, well, I'm already here. And I love Mass Effect 2. So let me go into Mass Effect 2. And then I platinumed Mass Effect 2. And then I was like, oh, well, I'm already here. So it's like, I figured I'd jump into Mass Effect 3. And yeah, so far I'm like 15 hours in to Mass Effect 3. And it's good, man. Like, it's actually strange because I don't remember a lot of what I'm seeing. Like, I don't remember a lot of what I'm playing. This is a game that exists more in my memory than Mass Effect 2 did. I have like a more vivid memory of Mass Effect 2 in my head than 3. 3 is kind of a little bit wishy-washy in my memory. So like playing through it again, it's like, oh, this is cool. This is interesting. It plays a lot better. Although that's like something that you could notice from each game going forward. It's like they each play a little bit better than the last. Mass Effect 3 plays like really, really well. It's a really competent third-person shooter. And it just feels good to like move around. It feels good to run the Shepard. The powers feel a little bit more coherent and cohesive. The visuals of it look great, even still, which is pretty impressive to me. But yeah, I mean, I will say there are parts of it where when I went from Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2, I did find myself missing the RPG element of like, you know, you level up as you go and instead of like at the end of a mission. And I missed that about 5 hours into Mass Effect 2, and then I kind of got used to it, and I was like, okay, I was like, all right with this. This is fine. I do miss it, but like it's fine. And what I'm finding in Mass Effect 3 is that there are a lot of things that I miss from Mass Effect 2 that I haven't quite gotten over yet. And a lot of it comes down to really simple, really nitpicky things. Like Mass Effect 3 is great. No question about it. It's a lot deeper than I remember. I remember it being a lot more dumbed down from 2. And I don't think it really is. I think there's like a lot here. But specifically with UI, I feel like it is kind of like a massive step down. Like there's very weird choices that they made. Specifically, this is such a nitpicky fucking thing, but I swear to God, it bothered me endlessly. Was like the map screen. In the Mass Effect games, if you pull up a map of like, I don't know, the Citadel, it'll show the map and it'll show like, hey, it'll have like a makeshift arrow and it'll say like Garrus or like, you know, the characters that you want to, you know. And in 3, for some reason, the map screen instead functions almost like a mall directory where it'll show like the overworld and then it'll be like 1, 2, 3. And then off on the side, there's like a list. And then it's like, oh, 1 is Presidium Commons. And then, oh, that character's there under the list. And it's like very strange. It's like, why would you do that? And then the loadout screen is kind of awkward to navigate. Like you get around it eventually, but it's I prefer lists. Like just give me a list. Just give me just normal UI and just chill. And then also like the galaxy map feels a lot less purposeful. Because in Mass Effect 2, you would go to different planets and you would scan for resources, and that had like a direct feedback loop into like what your final mission was and like getting everybody prepared. But in Mass Effect 3, it feels like the star map is just kind of there because it was in the last one. There's not as much to do in it. It feels a little bit more aesthetic than it is consequential to gameplay. But and just the little things like quest markers being a little bit more vague and strange and not quite as descriptive as you would like them to be, especially as they were in 2 and 1. But again, it's all like really minor nitpicks at the end of the day because it is so cool. It's really cool playing through these in a row like I've been doing, because there's a lot of things, like a lot of characters and conversations that you have with people that you influenced in the first game and in the second game that I think I might not have remembered if I had spent like years between them. Characters from DLC that show up and it's like, oh, you made this choice in this DLC and that comes to a head here, or like, oh, you made this choice in the first game and that's going to impact this quest line. This quest line exists purely because you did that. And it's like, man, what a sophisticated web of like from game to game. Like it really is
remarkably impressive. And I think I mentioned it even in the last time I talked about Mass Effect 2 on the show, where I'm just like, it's very clear to me why this kind of thing isn't attempted more often, because even just playing it, you feel like, man, what a headache this must have been to make sure everything worked. Like the QA for this must have been astronomically infuriating. Like, oh, I made this choice that in a game in 2007, make sure that carries over to now. It's like, fuck, so cool.
Yeah, it's super cool,
super rewarding. And yeah, Mass Effect 3 is great. I think 2 still is like so far the standout of it. I think it's just like perfect from start to finish. And 3 has like some minor complaints, but the entire trilogy is really great so far. I think it's a must-play kind of trilogy for anybody. I think it's great sci-fi, great RPG, good shit.
Oh, definitely. It's peak sci-fi in games for me, for sure.
Yeah, it's up there. Like I know very few that would challenge it. So yeah, I'm polishing that off. I started Space Marine 2 as well. I finished the first mission so far. And I love it. It sucks that I'm gonna have to put it down for like the next like week or so, because I'm gonna be in New York. I'm gonna have to figure out like what I'm gonna play in the meantime. But I'm playing Space Marine 2, and it's so good. It's so fucking cool. Like this is like in the best way. It feels like we're getting back-to-back throwbacks in some way with Astrobot, and then this of just like remembering a time when games were just fucking fun and respectful of your time and not long-winded and didn't overstay their welcome. I can't say that last part for myself because I'm only like a mission in. But I know from reviews that it's not like a particularly long game, which I'm stoked about. It plays so well. It's got that Gears of War kind of feel to it. There's no cover system really, but it's like that third person, like chunky, like kill a bunch of things vibe. It's so cool. There's specifically like a mechanic in it that I really love, where if you, I guess, stun an enemy, like a little reticle will pop up on them, and then you can press the trigger to do like this like side shot, and the camera, it's like a gun execute. It's like a gun glory kill basically from like a distance. But like the way the camera pulls back and the way like it shifts around you and focuses on, and the sound dampens, and then it just like you hear the gunshot, and then it's wildly satisfying as a mechanic just to do over and over again. I'm only playing the campaign right now. I haven't really delved into PvP or PvE, although or like the dedicated PvE mode, which I heard is pretty cool. But yeah, I'm looking forward to spending more time with it, because this is definitely like, I don't know, it feels like we've heard for a long time that like, oh, it's impossible to, like, games like this don't work anymore. Like the whole like, hey, it's a short campaign with like a tacked on multiplayer and like just like kind of like a fun side, horde mode type thing, like it's not what the market wants. And maybe that's true, I don't know, but like it's so refreshing today to play something like this, because it really is just like, yeah, this is just fun, man. Like I wish this was a trend that was a little bit more common. I understand that it got a little bit overwrought in the 360 and PS3, but like, I don't know, man, I'll take games that respect my time and are this tight and fun over a lot of the long-winded stuff that we're getting now, or even some of the underbaked stuff that we're getting now. And I will say Warhammer, I'm not familiar with Warhammer at all. Like I don't know anything about it. I know that it's expensive because there's a lot of figurines and a lot of painting that goes on, which I'm actually like, I'm more interested in Warhammer figurines from the perspective of like painting them. That seems like a fun kind of hobby.
Yeah, it does seem cool. Yeah.
But I have to say, this is a really cool fucking universe. I love good sci-fi, and good fiction in general like really revolves around really cool sounding terminology. It really is that simple, I think. And hearing like, brother, machine spirit.
Yeah, pray to the machine
like,
spirit.
Yeah, dude, like
so
pray
good.
to the machine spirit goes so hard, it's crazy. Like you've got me. It's like for the horde, or like or like anything else like that, where it's just like a good line, good terminology. It just slaps. I think it's one of the reasons why like even Mass Effect works as well. It's just like the mass relays. It's like they're just simple words put together. Like Machine Spirit on its own is like whatever, or like by themselves as words or like whatever, but like put together, it's just a Pillar of Autumn in Halo. It's just like, what a badass fucking name, dude. It just sucks you in, and man, it's fun. It's just good old fashioned PS3 360 style fun. I really do think this is just my favorite type of game, honestly. Just like from this era, late PS2, early PS3, something about it. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with the fact that that's how I grew up. But I also feel like on some objective level, there is something objectively like superior about the way that these types of games are put together. Yeah, I love it. I love Space Marine 2 so far. I'm not gonna be able to play it for the next week, unfortunately, because the rig that I have at home definitely cannot handle this. But I'll try and figure out some way to get it.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, Space Marine 2 does look pretty cool. I'll think about playing it in the near future. I don't know where I'm at on that, but Dustin, where are you on, and what are you playing?
Well, I want to give a quick update about Holly's been playing tons of games. She beat Dragon Quest Builders 2, which
wow.
I had no idea that game is like 60 hours or something. It's surprisingly big. But yeah, she beat that, and now, dude, she's hardcore. She's playing Crusader Kings 3. You remember it was a PS Plus game? She's learning how to play it, and I've just been watching. This game is in depth. Like, I'm watching her. I had no idea what you're doing. Apparently, your wife has chlamydia. Now you have chlamydia. She dies, then you get a second wife. But because you had chlamydia, you give it to the second wife. Then the second wife dies. Then she got a third wife. It's all about dynamics.
It's all about chlamydia.
It's all about chlamydia. You're trading your kids as political, pawns, basically marrying them in different families.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting, very intimidating, but I'm glad she's having a good time. As for me, very deep on Vampire Survivors right now. I am still thinking about the platinum just as something to work towards. It's getting really tough now because I've got eventually, and this isn't like a big spoiler, you unlock like hard modes of each level, the inverse stages, and they are very, very tough.
I did one of those. I guess I'm playing that too, just here and there, and I did one of those, and it was everyone's health was plus 50% or something like that. It was pretty tough. I ended up dying instead of usually. I'm pretty reliably can get to the 30 minutes, no problem. But that was
Yeah, and so I'm going through trying to unlock all the Arcana cards, stuff like that, having a very nice time.
Tell me about that, because I want to get the platinum as well, but I'm not entirely sure. Like, I haven't even really been looking very deeply at the trophies. I'm just earning a shit ton of them. Let me see if I can bring them up. So I need where there you are. So I have in the base game, I have 25 of 41 trophies. So I'm missing defeat a total of 3,000 milk elementals. Sounds sexy.
Yeah.
Defeat a total of 3,000 dragon shrimps. Find and buy the glass vizard. Find the yellow sign. Obtain the infinite corridor. Obtain the crimson shroud. I don't even really know what any of this shit means. Complete the collection 1.0. Defeat 100,000 enemies in a single run with Queen Sigma.
I think she's one of the last characters to unlock.
Okay. So yeah, I'm kind of playing it with no rhyme or reason. Like when there's an exclamation point next to one of the stages, I go to that stage or whatever, unless I'm working my way down the list. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just it's funny you're saying that, because I don't really even know what I'm supposed to be doing,
what the Sigma?
In order to get there.
Yeah. The issue I couldn't find, at least when I looked the other day, like PSN, like the main platinum sites that do the guides don't have one. So I am not totally sure.
Steam probably would have them.
Yeah, probably. But I know I've unlocked the infinite corridor, but I don't know how I did it. So some of these other ones, like what is it called? The red cloak or the red shroud or
Crimson
something.
Shroud. Yeah,
Crimson Shroud. That one you have to do by, do you have the red arrows unlocked on your map?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What are those?
So I don't know. I can't remember how you unlock them, but eventually every map will have these red arrows that you can pick up. And one of them gives you increased healing, and one of them increases enemy damage amount of enemies on the screen. So you have to fully upgrade those ones and use the laurel. And then the evolved form of the laurel is the Crimson Shroud. So,
oh, okay. I never even used the laurel. I in fact, I've never used it really. So
I've only used it to get the Crimson Shroud. So,
gotcha.
But apparently the Crimson Shroud is essential if you want to beat the Reaper at the end. Because
I know there's a trophy, I think, for lasting for 31 minutes. And I'm like,
yeah,
how?
You can beat the Reaper. I've not done it, but
don't fear the Reaper.
Yeah. So having a lot of fun with that. The other two games, I checked out Plucky Squire because it's available on PlayStation Plus Extra. I still have it for an additional month, and then I'm going back to regular. So I checked it out. I played probably an hour and a half, and I'm out. I think I'm out on this one, boys. It's very pretty. It's, the art direction, the way that they jump between the storybook and the 3D world. If you haven't seen any trailers, that's kind of the main shtick of this game. Is there's 2D parts in this storybook. Throughout the story, there's stuff that happens. You can jump out of the storybook and go into the real world. It's very cool. It's just simply too easy. This would be a great game. It's a great kids game. And that's kind of the problem, is that it's not a great kids game like Astrobot or a lot of Nintendo games where they're appealing to both kids and adults. When I play this game, or at least for the hour and a half I did, I just felt like it was too simple and I was getting bored. It's very cute. If you like simple, breezy games, and I'm not playing on the easy, there's like an easy mode in addition to that. And I'm playing on the normal mode.
Interesting.
And I'm just not having a lot of fun with it. So I'm leaving it behind, but it's worth it. If you have extra, the concept is so unique. I would say it's worth checking out. It might appeal to you. This last game, I'd never heard of this until Jimmy told me about it. It's a game. It's on PC only. It's called Pilgrim. So this game is very much in line with, if you remember, I think it was last year, Lethal Company. In Pilgrim, you and your friends. So I was playing with friend of the show, Brandon, Glorious Ginger. I was playing with Ben and Brad. You are pilgrims that you have a cart that is powered by crystals, and you need to get all the way to town. And so in order to power your cart, these crystals, you got to stop at different locations to go in and find crystals and other loot. But when you go into these mysterious locations, like there's like crypts and stuff like that, there are monsters inside that will try to kill you. And it's essential in this game, much like Lethal Company, that you use in-game voice chat, because if somebody dies, you cannot talk to them anymore. You might not even know that they're dead or that a monster killed them. So it does some other interesting things with the voice chat that I will not spoil. But I am having a blast playing this game, in particular because I really liked Lethal Company, but eventually it just became annoying with how hard it was. There were certain monsters that if you saw them, you're fucked. Your run is over. You can't do anything. Whereas I think this game is a lot more reasonable in your ability to evade different monsters. So it's only $6, and they're calling it extra early access. So there's definitely some bugs in there, but having a really fun time playing this game. If you like these kinds of unique co-op horror games, this is one definitely to keep an eye on. Particularly, like I said, only PC, so you won't be able to play this on PlayStation. But it's a lot of fun little things in this game. It's very spooky, very scary, perfect for this time of year. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm on Steam and I'm reading the reviews, and it's funny because everyone says how buggy the game is and everyone's giving it a thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely hit some bugs when we were playing. And the voice chat is kind of weird and stuttery at points, but you have to use it. So it's I like these types of unique co-op experiences. I feel like there really aren't very many of them. It reminds me of a lot that Phasmophobia game, which I don't think that came to consoles either. And that's like a ghost hunting type game where you bring in like the different meters and stuff, and ghosts can mess with different players. You use walkie-talkies, stuff like that. So it's I appreciate trying out something new. And it's disappointing because Lethal Company had so much promise, and it's still in early access, and it has not changed all that much since launch. So it sucks when you buy a game that's promised that it's going to get better and then it doesn't. Very well could happen with Pilgrim as well, but if you have some boys or girls that you play with online, check this one out. It's only $6.
Cool. Pilgrim. Nice. I like that name, actually, a lot. Okay. It's not Camp Kill Yourself, but it's close. No. All right. There are 3 big news items this week I wanted to get into. Some interesting stuff to talk about. Like I said, rumored state of play next week, so I think we'll have many more things to talk about. But let's begin here on a topic I didn't think we'd have to talk about yet. Number 1. We've spoken a lot about PlayStation 5 Pro as of late, and it makes sense as the long-rumored iterative console is indeed real and will be launching in November. But let us not forget that a proper successor to PlayStation 5, presumably called PlayStation 6, won't be too far behind. And because of recent reporting from Newswire Reuters, we have cause to discuss it in some detail. The well-sourced Reuters article revolves around a failed bid by once mighty and currently floundering technologies company Intel, which at one time completely dominated Western computer markets with its semiconductors, microprocessors, and so forth, but which has been steadily dethroned in recent times by rival AMD, which, according to Reuters, ended up beating out an upstart Intel to secure work on the PlayStation 6's custom innards. Likewise, it wanted to do its own manufacturing too, and was outbid in that regard by Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Reuters explains that Intel has thus lost out on several $1 billion in potential contracts and explains why this matters from their perspective. Quote, typically, Sony consoles sell more than 100 million units across half a decade. For a chip designer, the console business delivers a lower profit than the gross margins of more than 50% of products like artificial intelligence chips, but nonetheless represents steady business that can profit from technology a company has already developed. Sony's business could have also helped boost Intel's contract manufacturing business, which now struggles to find big new clients, end quote. Sony apparently made the decision to go with AMD over Intel in 2022, with Sony considering AMD's bid more competitive. But AMD may have won out for another reason, even more logical than the original continuity. Quote, Reuters explains, quote, console chip designs typically try to ensure compatibility with earlier versions of the system to allow users to run older games on the new hardware. Moving from AMD, which made the PlayStation 5 chip, to Intel would have risked backwards compatibility, which was a subject of discussion between Intel and Sony engineers and executives. Ensuring backwards compatibility with prior versions of the PlayStation would have been costly and taken engineering resources, end quote. And it seems Intel really did lose out, with Reuters reporting that, quote, Sony's console business could have pumped roughly $30 billion into Intel over the course of the contract, end quote. It's unclear when PlayStation 6 will even be released, but it's safe to assume we won't see it until 2027 at the absolute earliest, and more likely 2028 or even 2029. Dustin, how do you feel that we're talking about PlayStation 6? Does it make you feel okay?
Man, we're dying, as we remark often on this show.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just perpetually dying, yes.
But yeah, it's crazy. And honestly, the fact that they had a conversation with Intel for a Switch is concerning to me. Just in what you wrote in the backwards compatibility thing. I would say it's eyebrow raising from the fact that in this hypothetical situation where they did switch, the amount of engineering work to make it backwards compatibility would be high. And then I wonder, even in that case, if it would be fully backwards compatible. So obviously they said no, and that was a huge factor of that. But I would hate to see a situation where Intel made a more compelling offer and then something could be lost with backwards compatibility in the future, which obviously it didn't happen, but it is concerning that I would say that backwards compatibility forever is not certain.
Yeah, it's so funny. I'm on the total opposite end of it, where you know way more about tech than I do, so I really do defer to you on these things. But it's what I was saying about the Super Switch, where, and rumors say that it will be backwards compatible, but it's like, yes, it has to be. It has to be. Like, you can't, I just don't think you can do that. And I just feel like it would be impossible for PlayStation 6 to not play PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 games. Like, that would be insanity, you know, especially considering how this generation has gone, where they know more than ever that people don't want to move over and that they're relying on older games. Oh my God, no, that would be a death sentence for the console. I just know those days, in my opinion, are dead, like straight up. people are going to have expectations. And I think Sony fans have been somewhat patient with the PS3 situation. Like, not only should we have backwards compatibility with PS3 working, we should be able to access that store. That's like a big part of it to me. It's like, why can't we access all of it? And my hope is that they figure that out. So it's interesting to hear your thoughts on that, because I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that seems to be a non-starter. I'm not so, from a commerce perspective, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would assume that them fielding bids is just going to normal course of business, because someone might come to you with something crazy, you know? So you want to hear everyone out. They're going to grovel to you anyway. The one thing I like that they brought up that I never considered, and why I quoted it from the Reuters article, is that AMD, the likes of AMD and Intel, don't actually really want this business from a margin standpoint. They want it from a reliability standpoint. Like, we know we're going to sell lots of PlayStations. We're not making that much money on it, but it's like low risk. And that's kind of interesting. So they really do want to bid on this sort of stuff. The other thing, and this has nothing to do with Sony, but in reading more about the Reuters article and then researching a little bit, is that Intel is trying to do something, I guess, that AMD doesn't. And they go into this in the story, which is like to control the entire vertical. So they want to design it and they want to manufacture it. And this is not something PlayStation does. And so you see here that they went with Taiwan manufacturing with an AMD design, but Intel wanted to do the whole thing. And apparently Intel has started this thing called the Foundry or something like that, where they want to control like the whole kit and caboodle, but they're having a hard time courting. They're having an easier time courting customers for Intel designs than they are for Intel manufacturing. And they were hoping that Sony would be like the push over of the Jenga tower that they needed to get this thing going. So yeah, interesting stuff. Chris, PlayStation 6. How does it make you feel? Just hearing that term, does it make you want to die? Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that I mean, PS5 used to be something that I would joke about, you know, like as like a hypothetical, like, yeah, you're going to play that on your PS5. That sounded so stupid at the time. But yeah, now we're already pushing past it. I get it. Time passes. I think honestly, I think the pandemic really just fucked time. Perceptively, like it doesn't feel like it's been 4 years at all. It really feels like last year I got my PS5. I know that that's not real, but it feels that way. It feels like very minimal amounts of time has passed. And so even though a lot's happened, and so it's weird to be talking about this. It's even weirder to hear that there was even a fucking conversation about backwards compatibility, and like that's not even.
It's good news. It's good news that they balked, right? And said like, no, we can't even.
No,
fuck with this. You know,
I really can't imagine. It really would be a death sentence, especially you have to assume that they know as well that this is kind of a big reason why they're in a powerful position as compared to Xbox. Not necessarily that Xbox doesn't do backwards compatibility well; they do.
Yeah, they were pioneers of it, really. You know,
yeah. But their jump from PS4 to PS5 and just the existing buy-in into that ecosystem was a massive reason why a lot of people stayed. And if you look, we're in a position where, you know, Xbox is not strong. Xbox might be fucking gone as a machine. But in a hypothetical world where the PS6 comes out and there's no backwards compatibility, that's a reopening of the war chest, in my opinion. You know, like you got to fight again, because there's a really like if you can say like, okay, well, let's say Xbox for some reason like comes out and they're like, we have backwards compatibility. That's it. That's immediate. You know, that's like a massive win. And so I don't imagine that Sony would ever even open themselves up to something like that. If they're smart.
I guess I didn't think about it from this perspective. And listening to you talk, I was thinking it makes sense in hindsight why Microsoft was so aggressive about backwards compatibility, because they realized that, we knew obviously inherently that the PS4 catalog compelled people to PS5, and that Microsoft had realized that they had kind of lost at this point, that they had lost the wrong generation, but they had kind of tried to go back and undo it to give people access to the 360 generation specifically, which they thought would give them give them that buy-in that people had and be like, oh yeah, well, I do have buy-in in that generation. I did miss this generation, but there is that stuff. I don't think it worked out, but you can totally see why they were so urgent about it, which, yeah, makes a lot of sense in hindsight. Blee Flufla wrote in on Patreon, says, hey team, you had a great talk last week about the economics of the PS5 Pro, and I won't fight you on that. Inflation is very real. You will all recall how the PS3 generation went particularly long, though, and a major reason for that was the economic crisis that had impacted the world at the time. My question to you is, with the current economic climate likely lasting a couple of years at least, do you see an extension of this current console generation? Could we see PS6 push back to 2030? Keep beating your boars' heads. Oh, poor boar's head. You're struggling, aren't you? It's specifically and ironically the Virginia plant that has, I don't know if you guys have seen, has basically been condemned at this point. So,
wow. What are you doing over there, man?
I don't know. It's so Mike and I were saying, like, we still haven't gone back to cold cuts. It's been safe for a while because they just import them from the other factories or whatever. But it's like, I'm like, yeah, there's part of it's a good news because we know, like, we're never going to get anything from that place. That basically it's indefinitely done. So, it's kind of good news. We'll get it from the cleaner stuff, but I feel bad for the brand because it's such a good brand. I don't know if you come back from it. You know, I think they will. I think they'll be okay. Yeah. We'll see. About the topic at hand, though. I actually think the economy is in a really weird place. Like it seems fairly obvious to me that the economy is never properly reflected in official data. And the official data, specifically from the United States government, I don't know if this is true in other places around the world, is always revised downward every time. Like it's never right. And it's always revised in the wrong direction. So it's like, oh, we employed this many people. Oh, wait, never mind. It was fewer people. It was never more people. The interest rates are never lower or inflation's never better. It's always like in the wrong direction. So there's something totally untenable at the core of all this. And I also think sovereign debt is going to become a really big deal, specifically in the United States, but in places like Japan, it's already been a huge deal. We owe so much money. The economy is going to be fucked based on a lot of these things. But I think in like from an ecosystem level, so like video games specifically, I actually think a lot of what Sony decides to do with PS6 will depend on what Microsoft does with Xbox, because it seems fairly clear to me. Switch is kind of on its own thing. Actually, the leaks of the Switch were pretty compelling. I think those leaks are real. That look like they were kind of off the manufacturing plant pictures. You guys have seen these, obviously, right, of the Switch. And it seems like it's going to be like somewhat powerful, like almost like more powerful than a Series S, less powerful than a PS5. And so Sony's going to have no threat from Nintendo on a power differential. So they could like keep the status quo from that perspective. Microsoft, on the other hand, is going to be eager to restart. And we already know this from rumors that they're going to do a Dreamcast style move, or what they did with the original, not the original, but the Xbox 360, where they're like, we're going. And we're going to start this generation early. And the last time they did that, it worked really well for them, actually. But I don't know if people will be interested. If they are, then I think Sony will have a light under their ass, a fire under their ass to get this thing going. It's already going and whatever, but their plans to be solidified for X date and all of the rest. But I think if this new Xbox comes and goes and no one really cares about it, there's no pressure. And it's and in some cases, it's like, why not just, especially with the Pro model, why not just kind of hang out for a while? I would love a 10-year generation with a modular model that makes it more tenable while people really get going on PS5 and buy into it. There is some danger in letting people buy into it too deeply to where they'll never want to move on. And I think they're already experiencing that in some way with PS4. I've said in the past, not only Sony's own data, remember, it was only, 3 quarters ago now that more people per month were playing PS5 than PS4. That's a pretty damning indictment on PS5's permeability. Though it's selling well, it could be selling so much better. And it is starting to flag a little bit behind PS4, I think, in terms of time-adjusted global numbers. So I think the urgency is going to be not only about the economy and people's money, but I think also about what the competition does. Because again, from the power differential, they have nothing to worry about with Nintendo. In fact, these two consoles, I think, will be able to share games. Not first-party games, although I think that might happen with Sony sending some games over there. But third-party games, those are the two machines that might have parity with each other, ironically, and be more relevant. And so they might be happy to keep the status quo. They're making a nice amount of money on PS5. One of the things that Tom said to me about PS5 Pro on Sacred Symbols Plus that I thought was interesting, he said a lot of interesting things, but one of them was they're definitely charging a lot of money for it. Like, they don't need to charge this much money for it. They could sell it for even cheaper, but they want to actually extract margin. If that's true and that's becoming more important, then the best way to extract margin is on older and older hardware that becomes cheaper and cheaper to manufacture, but still sells. And Nintendo is ground zero for this. So If they can do it, so can Sony. I'll be interested to see what happens. Where are you guys on this? Dustin, when do you expect we'll see PlayStation 6? I mean, my gut tells me 2028. That would be a long generation, though. That would be longer than even the PS3 generation, which was itself very long, and the PS4 generation, which was, somewhat equivalent. So, but I just feel like these machines are existing in a different space now. People don't seem as eager to move on, and there's almost no reason to move on. That's why I think that's the most compelling argument against PS5 Pro is like, well, I don't need this. So anyway, what are your thoughts here on PS6?
I think you're right that 2028 was the first thing that I thought, but I think it has to do partially with the point of where we're at with graphics technology, and that we are really at the point where we're getting diminishing returns on new consoles. I mean, PS4 to PS5, obviously there is, when taken advantage of properly, a big difference, but it's nowhere near the difference between PS1 to PS2 or PS2 to PS3. So I think that when we start to see this happening, then yeah, it makes sense that people are less inclined to upgrade unless it is what they can squeeze out a bigger jump. And right now, I mean, with different upscaling technologies and AI stuff, I'm really curious to see where all the different technical aspects go in the next few years. And another factor to consider in their PS6 launch window, or whatever they want to do with it, is if they are going to do some kind of handheld alongside it. In fact, I saw on Twitter a few minutes ago from Insider Gaming, I can't find it now, but apparently someone leaked that they're working on 2 chips. Oh, here it is. The PlayStation 6 has 2 SoCs in development, it is claimed. So this says someone from NeoGAF that has reliability says there's 2 chips in development, one of them for next gen, and most likely one of them that is cheaper. So in theory, that could be a less powerful handheld, could be a Series S situation, hopefully not. But I think that'll be a big factor too, as we see the rise of portables really, really taking off, and what that means for how PlayStation 6 games are developed. If they're standard, that it's required that they're able to run on this handheld, something like that. I think that we're going to start to see potentially a different landscape on what people expect out of their devices moving forward.
Yeah, the handheld is compelling. I was asking Tom about that on Sacred Symbols Plus as well. You guys know I've long had this idea of a portable PS4 Pro, and he was like, really, you're at the point where it's like you could just make a portable PS5. It's not that extraordinary, especially if they think they can sell. They sell $200 portals. They sell $200 DualSense Edge controllers. They're going to sell out of $700 PS5 Pros. So you have a customer base that will buy an expensive handheld that actually plays the games that you're playing right now, which is, God, dude, I would fucking, that would make me so happy if they released an actual portable, just straight up PS5 for whatever it would cost, a lot.
Yeah.
But what would that cost? $1,000, something like that? Maybe a little less. How much is the Steam Deck? They're pretty cheap, right? Aren't they like $500?
I think they start at 500. It's confusing now because they have the Steam Deck OLED, but I think there might have even been a model that was $399 that just had low storage.
Yeah, so like, why couldn't you do something for well under $1,000? I don't know. It's fun to think about because I think they are really going there, and it shows the complete unpredictability of the industry about how many things just are left for dead or left for a niche. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. They're back.
What are we doing? The handheld is the ultimate example of this. Chris, where are you on this particular question here of PS6's release date?
Yeah, I don't know. I think a long generation would be nice. I feel like there's a potential for maybe the PS5 Pro to maybe extend it a little bit, but like my gut says, I'm very much with you, where my brain just kind of does the math on these things, where I figure like, okay, well, it's been 4 years since the PS5, we get the Pro, figure another 4 years, that's like my base reasoning. And so I think 2028 would be the year that we would see it. As far as like the handheld stuff, like if it had any functionality where it's like, I really do think like streaming needs to be like a core implementation of this thing. Like you need to be able to like, it would be cool to run your games natively for sure, but if you have a PS5 already, it would be so cool to just stream from it. Because that's what I've been doing for a lot of my Mass Effect playthrough on PS5. I've just been streaming it to the Steam Deck as I'm like in bed, and it's great. And it's such a great functionality. Like if you had something like the Portal that could play games natively outside, like on trips, but then also like in the home that could just stream elegantly from one machine to the other. It's like, that's very compelling to me. I love this shit. Like I'm total, like the Steam Deck completely transformed my opinion on handheld machines. I went from being like kind of apathetic about it. Like the PSP was really my favorite one. Like the PSP really like spoke to me in a lot of ways. It felt futuristic at the time. It felt like, how are we playing games that feel like they're kind of on parity with like modern hard, like how are we doing this right now? This feels insane. I think the Vita and the 3DS and all these things were cool, but they were a little bit underwhelming compared to like that first leap from Game Boy Advance SP to PSP is crazy. It's a wild jump, handheld wise, and I haven't felt that until the Steam Deck, and it's a new world out here now with like the what is it, the ROG? Is it
the ROG Ally?
The ROG Ally, and you're hearing rumors about other stuff. It's like it's kind of cool that we're in this space. This is not a space that I would have predicted would even exist, even just a handful of years ago. So keep it coming, man.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's funny too. It's all about handhelds. Used to come from forever. It came even with Switch. Really, they come with a concession. It's like you're not getting the maximum power. You're not getting the best fidelity. Like we were making fun of, there were Game Boy games coming out right before GameCube came out. You were playing a portable NES, like a hindered NES, for all of that time. And now people's expectations are parity. And that's an interesting look for handhelds, in my opinion. They're always going to be more expensive when they're truncated and made smaller and all of the rest. But we're getting to a point where it's not unimaginable, where we were playing Game Boy Advance while we were playing GameCube. We were playing DS while we were playing Wii. PSP while we were playing PS2 and 3. And now we're going to be playing things that will send back and forth truly. And maybe the only thing that really got there was PS3 and Vita, because those did talk to each other very intimately, but not quite to the extent I think we're going to see. All right. You guys ready for this one? Number 2. For a couple of years now, a rumor has percolated that Horizon Zero Dawn would in some way be natively released on PlayStation 5, whether as a re-release, a remaster, or perhaps even a dreaded remake, the latter of which seems insane since the game just came to PlayStation 4 in 2017. However, those rumors began to die down in recent months, particularly because Sony announced LEGO Horizon Adventure, a retelling of Zero Dawn's story, which some people assumed was maybe a crossed wire when talking about Zero Dawn's return. Well, thanks to an ESRB rating leak, we now know the truth, and that's that Horizon Zero Dawn is indeed being re-released on PlayStation 5 in the form of Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, which the ESRB, the United States Games Rating Board, has rated T for teen. It's been rated for launch on both PS5 and PC, not a huge surprise, since the original Zero Dawn launched on PC back in 2020 to a strong commercial response. Other than its existence, we know nothing else about Zero Dawn Remastered, though it's likely we won't have to wait very long. Word is a PlayStation State of Play is right around the corner where this is likely to be revealed, perhaps even for launch this year, though that would be aggressive, as LEGO Horizon Adventures is slated for launch before the end of the year on PS5, PC, and Nintendo Switch alike. And these titles are in addition to at least 3 more Horizon games known to be in the works. A third game in the core trilogy, a multiplayer game being led by Horizon home studio Guerrilla, and an MMO being handled by South Korean titan NCSoft. Remember, too, that we were slated to get a Horizon show on Netflix that has since been canceled, though its cancellation purportedly has to do with writer and producer Steve Blackman, who has been accused of, quote, toxic bullying, manipulative, and retaliatory behavior, end quote, by those who have worked with him. In other words, the show is likely to reemerge somewhere else at some other time, so expect a lot more Horizon in your near, mid, and long-term future. Horizon Zero Dawn, an open-world third-person action RPG set in a far-future United States territory recovering from calamity, and set amongst mysterious robot dinosaurs that roam the land, was launched on PlayStation 4 in 2017 and came from Sony-owned Team Guerrilla, once known only for its Killzone FPS franchise. While Killzone proved to be a steady commercial and critical project, Horizon has gone far above and beyond, and the series has sold more cumulative copies than every Killzone game combined across PS2, PS3, PS4, PSP, and Vita. It was followed by the release of a sequel, Horizon Forbidden West, which came to PS5 and PS4 in 2022. Both games received expansions as well. Dustin, it's happening. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, on top of this, too, there's a couple things that have broken while we were recording. I'll post a link here, but there's now rumors circulating as well that Days Gone is also getting a remaster. Some people on Twitter are doubling down on. So here's what I imagine this is that it will be along the lines of Last of Us Part 2, where I would expect that if you already own it, there'll be a $10 upgrade. You can get the remastered version. And maybe that's fair. Maybe it's not. We'll have to see what the extent of what they do to the remaster itself. But yeah, Sony definitely wants to continually remind you about Horizon, that Horizon exists and it's very important to them. And I personally don't really see the point in this, just in that the PS4 version on PS5 already runs at 60 FPS, but that didn't stop them with Last of Us. Sounds like it won't stop them with Days Gone, a game that's a PS4 game that also runs at 60 FPS on PS5 with a patch. But apparently they see a market for it. I mean, if with The Last of Us Part 2 that went well, people bought that and a $10 upgrade. Maybe they're also getting ready for a different related Horizon announcement, and so they want to prep people in that way. But it sounds like, on a side note too, this state of play, I would imagine it's either getting announced tomorrow or today if you're listening to this on Friday, or Monday, and it's happening on Wednesday. Because they're going to remind everybody about the PS5 Pro pre-orders.
Right.
Tune in tomorrow at this time to pre-order.
Right. That's when the date, they'll probably share the times. We were asking that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Disk drive not included wrote in and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. I'm so excited that Horizon Zero Dawn is getting the PS5 remaster it so badly needed. While it is a great game, everyone knows Horizon looks pretty rough by modern standards and can use a fresh coat of graphical paint. I can't wait to experience this game at 60 frames on PS5 for the very first time. Have you guys heard anything about a Horizon Forbidden West remaster? That game is about due for an update as well. I'm sure Sony will charge full price for it, but it'll be worth it for that glorious graphical overhaul. Well, I better get back to playing The Last of Us Part 1, not to be confused with The Last of Us Remastered, not to be confused with the original The Last of Us on PlayStation 3. Powers to the players." Very funny. Very, very funny. Chris, Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. I think that my personal take is that it's like the anger and like the reactions are so predictable and so off base. I think the only thing that people can point at, and it's reasonable enough, is to say like, yeah, all right, so more remasters, more re-releases, but still nothing new from PlayStation Studios. Fair enough. But I don't think this in and of itself is that offensive. Like, I don't mind it. I'm not going to play it. When Horizon 3 comes out, I'll go and play this. But in the meantime, I have no interest in playing it. But what are your thoughts on this, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a $10 upgrade, fine, I guess. I guess for me, I'm a little disappointed because I felt like a sigh of relief when that Lego game was announced, because it was like, oh, okay, that's what this is. Okay, cool. But now it feels like I don't know if this is explicitly true, but for me, just looking in, it does kind of feel like the PS5 is a machine that constantly looks at you and says, "Hey, remember the PS4? Do you remember that? Wasn't that cool? Have this again." And it's like, it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, I love, a boost to games from the previous generation. I think that's cool. But I think the frustration comes with the stuff that they're not touching. It's like, okay, we got Horizon Zero Dawn, which by all intents and purposes didn't really need anything done to it. But Bloodborne is just still sitting there. And I understand that that's beyond them. That's probably like a multifaceted situation, licensing other developers. And I get it. right? However, it doesn't change the fact that it like from the outside looking in, people are going to be like, wow, how have we not gotten Bloodborne, but we get Horizon Zero Dawn when Horizon Zero Dawn runs perfectly fucking fine? Like, it's crazy. It really is kind of a wild thing to see. And I can't blame people for looking at this and being like, yo, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Why are we ignoring the things that need this kind of treatment at the expense of things that do? Or that don't?
It is peculiar. Titans One Fan 93 wrote in, said, hello, CDC. Hope all is well. I wanted to comment on the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. I, like Colin, thought Lego Horizon was the reported Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. In preparation for the Lego game this summer, I replayed both Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West for the first time since launch. Horizon Zero Dawn looked and ran perfectly on the PS5 at 60 frames. Is this time, money, and resources Sony could use on other projects? Horizon is one of my favorite IP Sony has, but I find it really unnecessary to make a remaster for this game when it's already great. I love Horizon, but Sony is really going all out with the IP. Best wishes. I mean, I agree that it's just peculiar. First of all, I think you're right, Chris, in that like we dodged a bullet in some sense that this wasn't, not only that Lego Horizon we thought was maybe the thing, but that there was talk that this was like a remake. And it's like, oh, no, because
that's crazy.
Then I think about it through like a more logical lens. It's like, okay, no one had a problem with the PS5 ports of Uncharted 4 and The Lost Legacy, which are basically the same age as Horizon, but released way earlier in the life cycle of the PS5. But I also think that those things came at a different time, different expectations. I think people thought we were going to be in different places now. I continue to believe that one of the major problems is that Sony simply doesn't announce games very early anymore. And I think that that's wise. And so we're going to have less time to market and to talk about games. Remember, Astrobot was announced at the end of May and released in the beginning of September. It's a really fast turnaround. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that. And so these little interstitials are going to stand out more. And it is frustrating. As always, I encourage people to speak with their wallets. Like, just don't buy it. Don't support it and show them that we want something else. In fact, like, Days Gone in some sense is the more interesting game to me out of the two, just because it's like, what is there like anything left unsaid about this game? Could it have run better? I'd be curious about that. But yeah, of course, when they refuse to touch Bloodborne, which is obviously the one everyone wants, it gets weird. That's why I've said for a long time, I just feel like there's so much more to that. Like, I just feel like it's so much deeper than I think we're giving it credit for from a semantic reason. And for people that don't know what I'm talking about, like, it's entirely possible they're working on a new project, obviously, but it's also entirely possible that to get From Software to make Bloodborne, they made concessions where Sony is literally not allowed to work on the game without them. Doesn't mean that Sony doesn't own it. Sony owns the IP and can leverage that and all of that, but the game itself, From might have first right of refusal or something on it. I have no idea, because it does seem conspicuous 9 years later. We're getting an Until Dawn. Until Dawn came out the same year Bloodborne came out. And we're getting a full up Until Dawn remake, so I don't know, but I get it. Amongst Until Dawn, it is getting a little old. So I don't blame people from that perspective. I do blame people from the perspective of, if you can just remove yourself from the specificity of first party games, that there's a lot that has come to PlayStation this year that I think has made it actually a really good year on PlayStation.
Yeah.
But it could be so much stronger if Sony itself participated, which they really haven't been. I mean,
right.
that's what's so remarkable about this year. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, no, I was going to say that's kind of, that I think is the problem, is that they feel like they're not even participants in their own machine. And so
I get it. Yeah. I really do. I get it. Like, I understand people's consternation. I just think that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater at the same time in some ways, the way we talk about it. It's
I agree.
Let's not ignore the second party games like Helldivers. Let's not ignore how much fun I thought Grand Blue Fantasy was, which can only be played. These are all console exclusives. Grand Blue Fantasy, Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Astrobot. We're going to get Until Dawn. Yeah, another of these remakes. We got The Last of Us Part 2 earlier this year also, which is another one of these kind of remaster situations. We're also going to get Silent Hill, and so on. So I'm so annoyed by simply the dissonance between reality and a specific argument about first party output, which is a different thing entirely. And again, could make the situation so much stronger. That's why I think I'm surprised by how strong things actually are on a roster level for PlayStation 5 from just games generally. And then I think Sony understands that its first party is lacking, which is why I think it has been so aggressive in securing third party timed exclusives and more second party projects. So it's not, and as we know from my Concord reporting, they really thought that game was going to envelop the second half of the year, you know? So they bet wrong, but they bet nonetheless. We'll see what goes on with this Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. Again, obviously going to be at this state of play, I assume. The Days Gone stuff. So someone, an industry connection of mine, texted me that this morning, that Days Gone was the other game that was being rumored. And I said, man, John Garvin's going to have a fucking meltdown. Yeah. When he sees that. He's not going to like that. They're going to be making more money on his game. All right. This is the biggest news of the week for me, but I put it at number 3 because I want to be more objective. I don't think this is the biggest news for everyone, but this was a huge surprise and I think indicates things to come, which I think is very exciting. Number 3, in an unexpected but totally amazing piece of news, Japanese publisher Bandai Namco has revealed that it's porting classic second-party PlayStation Vita exclusive Freedom Wars to console. It'll be arriving on both PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 very early next year on January 10th, 2025. It's important to note the game is also coming to PC and to Switch. Word comes by way of a press release from the publisher, along with a brief trailer that Bandai Namco has gone out of the way to even record live action portions for. The major question for PlayStation fans here, of course, is how this is even possible. After all, Freedom Wars is a Sony-owned IP, and while it wasn't created by a fully owned first-party team, it was shepherded by now defunct Japan studio in a production role. So here's what likely happened. The team that made Freedom Wars is a well-known Osaka-based Japanese team called DIMPS. And DIMPS was actually at one time funded by a large group of Japanese publishers, including Sony itself, though its current ownership structure remains to be seen. What's true here, though, is that DIMPS has, for the last decade particularly, been working heavily with Bandai Namco, particularly on licensed anime fare for franchises like Dragon Ball, Saint Seiya, My Hero Academia, Sword Art Online, and so on. So this long-running relationship between DIMPS, Freedom Wars developer, and Bandai Namco, its new licensed publisher, has been long established. Through these connections, and because it's Freedom Wars' 10th anniversary, it's likely that the project was spooled up, though it's important to know that this one-time Vita exclusive will be packing a ton of upgrades and updates not seen in the Vita version. This includes 4K resolution, upgraded textures, 60-frame performance, difficulty settings, and so on. A bigger mystery here is if this is the beginning of Sony being willing to license its games to other publishers, something we haven't seen much of in recent generations. Back in the day, Sony would opt not to localize or externally publish all sorts of games it owns the rights to. Demon's Souls on PS3 is probably the most recent notable example, as it was published in the West by Atlas. But for it to outright license a first or second party game for global release on all platforms except Xbox is somewhat unprecedented. The only similar project in recent years I can think of is Fantavision 2020X, a re-release of the PlayStation 2 Japan studio developed launch game from 2000, which was handled entirely by external forces, even on PS5 and PSVR 2. A smaller example may be the aborted Wipeout game in development for mobile phones in recent years, a rogue-developed management title called Wipeout Rush that never saw the light of day. Could this be the sign of more games to come? We shall see. Freedom Wars, launched in the fall of 2014 on Vita, was perhaps the very last major game PlayStation would ever publish on the platform, after a run of games that saw Vita receive the likes of Uncharted, Resistance, and Killzone. It's a Monster Hunter-like game set in a futuristic city called the Panopticon, where prisoners are given insane, often million-year sentences for trivial reasons. In order to whittle down their prison sentence, the imprisoned can complete tasks on behalf of an Orwellian government, which sits at the center of the game's story. It was one of the biggest games ever released on Vita in Japan, and went on to sell more than 1 million copies globally. All right, let's get into it. A few things to talk about here. The Lemur says, hello, Sacred Sigmas. With the imminent return of Freedom Wars, the question must be asked, will Chris and Dustin jump in, or will Colin be left eagerly gooning alone? As usual, have an anxiety-inducing day full of mundane challenges. So, the original Freedom Wars had actually ad hoc multiplayer, which is a relic now, and it had them online too, but I used to play it with my old roommate Greg, and that was probably one of the last games I played online, actually. I'm happy to play it by myself, though. It doesn't really matter. I am curious, though, if you guys have played this game or are interested in playing it now. Chris, Freedom Wars 2014, did you play it on Vita, and are you interested in playing this new one on January 10th?
Yeah, I mean, so I have no experience with this at all. I don't know anything about it. All I know about it is I saw, I watched your hot pepper.
Oh yeah,
thing
I shared that on Twitter. Yeah,
but that's all I know about it. I don't know what the game, because even in that video, there's like like snippets of gameplay, but it's in a small corner. It's on my phone, so I didn't really get a sense for what it even is. I know that this is like a friend of mine texted me about this because he apparently like out of nowhere he was like, "Did you hear about Freedom Wars?" I was like, "What? You know about the what? You care about this?" He was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "All right." So that kind of has my interest a little bit. It's very rare for me to get like a message from like just a not industry friend about this kind of thing. So that alone kind of has me curious. But yeah, I mean, it seems cool from what I've read about it, from what I've heard about it. I kind of like that I don't know anything about it though. Like as far as like visually, like I very rarely have an opportunity to visit games as blindly as I can with this. So I think I'm gonna probably keep myself blind as long as possible. But I'm in for it, especially January. January feels like a really good time for a game like this.
I agree. Really early January should be fun, surprising too. We'll get into that in a second though. Dustin, what's your history with Freedom Wars? This seems like a game you probably played.
Yeah, I still own the physical cart of Freedom Wars. I remember playing it, but not getting into it, but I don't really remember why. And so I'm looking at gameplay now. I think it's, IGN put out the first preview, so you can see some footage of this remaster if you want. It looks like something I'd be much more into now, though, now that I have a history with Monster Hunter in particular. And now that I have people that would play this with me, because when I had a Vita, I think I knew one other person that had a Vita, and I don't know if we were going to be getting together to play it. So this sounds like one particularly Brad and I'm sure, will jump into and have a good time with.
Very well. I'm excited for this. I don't know if you remember, Dustin, you probably don't, but there was actually a really cool mascot character in this game that I think has gone largely underrated. So the game takes place in like a really Orwellian totalitarian government, and they have this teddy bear named Percy Propa for propaganda. And he's just like a propagandist, but he's like this really cute teddy bear, and he has like a microphone. It's like really good shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, maybe we'll get a little Percy Propa. I actually have a shirt from Japan with Percy Propa on it, but it's too big, so I can't wear it. So yeah, shout out to Freedom Wars. I'm so excited for this. Turd Ferguson wrote in. He has the real question here, though. And there are a couple of questions, but I think this is the big one. Hey, CDC. This question is for Colin. I remember playing Freedom Wars on the Vita because you and Greg talked about it on Beyond. It came as quite a surprise to me when I saw that they're remastering the game for modern systems. Any plans to revisit this old Vita game? And were you surprised that Sony relinquished the IP and allowed Bandai Namco to publish the game? This is the interesting part, in my opinion. This is unavoidably interesting. As I said earlier, I can think of really two examples. So Sony would often fund games and not publish them, or have, so Crash and Spyro were great examples of like, the relationship between PlayStation and Universal at the time and these studios and all the money that was being shared. But Sony never owned the means of production. And they realized, I think, over time that they can make a lot of second and third party relationships, and they did. So PS1 and PS2 and into PS3 are full of games that they publish, and they kind of publish them in certain territories. There are even games on PlayStation 2 that were only published in the UK, only published in India, and all the rest that Sony owns randomly. And they would often license these games out to be published on other territories. And this isn't exclusive to Sony. A great example of this is Mega Man 6 on NES was released, and I've said this before, it was released so late in the NES's life cycle that Capcom refused to publish it itself in the West. They didn't think they could make any money. Nintendo published the game. So companies step in and do this shit for each other all the time. One hand washes the other. We can make a little bit of money together. I know you don't want to put the money into localize. It's a little bit risky. Let us do it for you. We'll share the money. We'll see what happens. And so this was very common. And you could find a lot of this in the PS1, PS2, and PS3 era. But this is really, and again, Demon's Souls being like the last notable example of a game where they're like, we're not going to publish this in the West, and made a huge mistake, obviously, hence Bloodborne. So I look at this and I'm like, yeah, it's not unusual from that perspective, but it is unusual from that perspective when you look at it through just the timeline and where we are about hanging on to IP, publishing globally, being a global apparatus, and understanding what time it is. And if Sony is willing to work with external publishers of trust, and obviously it has a very close relationship with Bandai Namco over many years, it's like, what else can be extracted? So again, it's important. Dimps, the studio that made Freedom Wars, has a really close relationship with Bandai Namco. This lubricated, obviously, all the wheels to get going, but it just gets my mind going like, dude, if this is really a possibility, this is crazy. And it's a second party game. So I'm not saying like going and getting the first party stuff, but actually a lot of the weird shit is in the second party. What if and again, this is crazy, but it's like, what if the remnants of Ready at Dawn wanted to port The Order and be like, let us like fund a sequel? Would they be willing to do it? I just think of those kinds of things. So I think that this is an interesting sign of potential. Maybe it's the only example of this really happening outside of Fantavision, a Wipeout management game, and all the rest. But I don't know, man. I can't help but look at this and be like, this is good news. And it makes me wonder what a Tecmo Koei or a Square Enix or on any of these other close companies can do. So wanted to throw that out there. The other question that I think is relevant to kind of ponder on it comes from Ravjeet B. It says, hello, fellow sinners. Long time, first time. I must say, waking up to the news that Freedom Wars is getting a 4K remaster was one of the best surprises I have ever had. I love the original Vita version and cannot wait for the remaster. My question is regarding the Freedom Wars IP, as the director mentioned regarding the future of the series depends on the remaster's performance. Let's say a possible high-budget Freedom Wars sequel was greenlit. Could it be Sony's ticket on the hunting game genre and help diversify their catalog? I can't help but wonder if with the success of Monster Hunter World and what looks to be a stellar follow-up in Wilds, Sony is missing out on a possible winner. What do you all think of the possibility of a Monster Hunter contender in Freedom Wars? What do you make of this, Dustin? I don't think there is competing with Monster Hunter. It's important to note that Vita had a lot of Monster Hunter competition. You know, Soul Sacrifice, God Eater, like that kind of stuff. The games were good, but nothing replicated Monster Hunter, which at that time had migrated to 3DS and off of PSP, and that was considered a huge deal and maybe one of the things that ended up killing Vita ultimately. I don't know that making like even a really competent competitor like Freedom Wars really matters in some sense. You got to just make a tight and interesting game for the market and see what goes from there. What I'm interested in is the behind the scenes language between Bandai Namco and Sony. Is Sony, if Freedom Wars does really well, right? Is Sony allowed to be like, all right, we'll take it back and we'll publish the sequel? Or is Bandai Namco basically in the fine print being like, should you want to continue with Freedom Wars, we will publish it. You will obviously own the license and we will license it from you. So there's a lot of interesting what ifs about this, but it's hard for me to believe, I guess, Dustin, that Freedom Wars will do well enough to garner a sequel, but that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, well, I think it could do well enough to get a sequel, but I don't know if Sony is interested or would be, even if this does really well. I think that Sony, as we've talked about many times on the show, is just more interested in making a lot of money on bigger games than small rips here and there on smaller games. And I understand the Monster Hunter comparison. I mean, particularly in gameplay, but I don't know. When I see Freedom Wars, it looks too weeby for modern Sony to want to get back into that. I think that a game like Stellar Blade is probably to the max of what they're going to do as far as a very anime looking game at this point. But I don't know, maybe not, but I'm curious, Colin, you brought up like what other games could be extracted. Is this the path to Tomba 3?
Well, could be.
I mean, they let them remaster 1 and 2. So I was looking just like at other games that they've like, there's this giant list of every published game that Sony has ever done.
Well, Uggy Look, Astro Twat wrote in that Freedom Wars returns. The beloved AAA Vita title comes back in 2025. There's lots of talk of games that need to be remastered, but there are Vita classics that might never get the chance. What PS Vita games would you migrate over to modern platforms? I don't know, man. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to dig very far to find the big ones. Like, it would be really nice to have Killzone Mercenary, which I thought was fucking superb, by the way, on console. The whole setup of it is awesome. Like the idea of you're a mercenary, you're doing it for money, you're gaining money, you're upgrading yourself with it. It was perfect for the Vita, but I think it would do really well on console. Golden Abyss is really probably the most tragic stranded game, simply because it's a core Uncharted game. And it's as if it doesn't exist because it's on the Vita. There are games that can be left alone forever, like Resistance Burning Skies is like trash, you know? But I think, and if you want to go deeper than that, you could definitely go deeper than that too. But even some of those games are migrating over too. I don't know, man. It's exciting to think about the potential and the possibility of them being open to licensing their stuff. It's unusual, but maybe Fantavision was really the kind of canary in the coal mine, not this in some sense.
This list is so interesting. There's games on here that I did not know that Sony published, like Rule of Rose. They published in Japan. Then it was Atlas published in the US. One of the most expensive PS2 games ever.
It's interesting that
on the market.
It's so the whole licensing thing is so fun because it offloads like I said, offloads all of the risk, but gives you a ceiling of really how well you can do. Like, imagine if Spider-Man 2 came out the way it did, but Marvel actually made it themselves as opposed to licensing it. Like, their ceiling is just so high, but they made a lot of free money in the process. So you can't really be too. So Sony might be looking at this and be like, we can maybe make a little bit of money just licensing this stuff out. Plus, we're going to be selling it on PSN. So we're going to be double dipping. Chris, let me ask you this. Not an Xbox build. Petty or funny?
I don't know. I think it's my knowledge of this game is so minimal. Like, would the Xbox audience even care about this kind of thing?
That's what I think.
I just don't. I don't think the Xbox audience even really gravitates towards weeby anime stuff at all. Really, like I'm sure like it's there on some level, but I wouldn't even be surprised if nobody on the Xbox side even noticed that this was not coming.
Yeah, I noticed just from a business perspective, I guess, because I read it and I read it with a level of pettiness. Though I read it with reasonable pettiness, I wouldn't put, if I were PlayStation, I'd be like, we're not putting anything on Xbox. But it is funny, like they're willing. The silent weirdness about this is that this is another Switch game that was a PlayStation exclusive, and Cedric S wrote in about this and said, "Hey everyone, first off, welcome back to Dustin," and a big stand down. Secondly, it seems like the next PlayStation game coming to Switch has been revealed, Freedom Wars, and it's a hidden gem at that. Who saw that one coming? No one, I must say. What do you think will be the next Sony title to grace a Nintendo console? Would it be Horizon Zero Dawn on the Switch 2? The Gravity Rush series would absolutely kill. Maybe even Knack, baby. Thanks. And insert Slitterhead pun here. That's another fall game. Slitterhead. That'll be coming soon.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So Switch is, I really do believe that it's not so much this Switch, but the Super Switch or whatever the hell it's going to be called. I really do believe is going to start receiving old PlayStation games. Do you think it's weird, Dustin, that Freedom Wars is coming to Switch? It is coming by way of Bandai Namco. The way I imagine the thing going is being like, we want to do this game. Okay, publish it for us. We really want to publish it on more platforms. Okay, you can publish it everywhere, but not on Xbox. I really do think that that's kind of like what happens. Like, we want to make the most amount of money. We want to spread it around, but give us this one concession. What do you have to say?
I think that the only way for them to have this game be really successful is to release it on Switch, just because you mentioned the sales in Japan of the Vita version being super high. That's where Japanese players mostly are now, is on Switch above all. So a Switch version of, I mean, it's a good seller, but it's still, I would say, a niche IP overall. So it has to be on Switch, I think, in order to ensure sales success. The Xbox thing, like I said when Chris was bringing it up, I think they just look at what the possibility of their investment on making an Xbox port would be and what other games like this have sold on Xbox, and they're just like, yeah, it's not worth it. But I don't know, it's possible that Sony said no to that too, but I think it just comes down to the money of it.
Yeah, it's I would love to know what PlayStation's internal stance is on Xbox. On if that, because they're willing to put their games in other places now, obviously. Now, nothing first party and really nothing second party, because Freedom Wars is now being published by a third party, and a game like Lego Horizon is a license, basically. So how close are they going to get with these? How intimate is it going to become? I think we were only seeing the beginning of this. I think the true meltdown is if a PlayStation game comes to Xbox, other than MLB The Show. But I just feel like a viable strategy for Sony is to simply say, like, we don't need to do this. Like, why help them at all? You know? And like you're saying, for minimal sales, like Freedom Wars coming to Xbox is a bigger boon with PR than it would be for sales. What are you going to make on that? Hundreds of thousands of dollars probably on Xbox. So yeah, not worth it. Okay. Freedom Wars Remastered. Looking forward to being all up inside you on January 10th, 2025. deep inside the panopticon. There's something very attractive to me, by the way, about having like a ridiculous, absurd prison sentence and slowly whittling it down. It reminds me of Tales of Exilia 2, where you had a debt that was like an extraordinary amount, and you would just slowly whittle it down. And you didn't even need to whittle it all the way down to win, but there was a way to do it. And it's the same thing in Freedom Wars. I beat Freedom Wars on Vita, but I didn't get my prison sentence down all the way. You can actually do it. So it's kind of cool if you want to spend the time to do that. All right. That's all for the news. Let's get into listener inquiries and wrap this son of a bitch up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I put up a thread in the newsfeed each and every week for Sacred Symbols. Other threads go up in the newsfeed from the other podcast hosts as well for their shows. You put your inquiries in there. We comb through them. You've heard them throughout the show, and you'll hear 6 more now, beginning with Pac-Man's creepy uncle. He says, "Greetings, sacrilegious symbols. I would like to push back on Mr. Raygun's fondness of the 7th generation. While I do agree the library is impressive and game pacing was better back then, let us not forget the many sins we owe to that generation. Cheat codes were replaced with microtransactions. Paid DLC became the norm. Developers began relying on patches to fix their games. Digital storefronts instantly allowed for shovelware like the countless Minecraft clones we saw on 360. Long-running series like Resident Evil and Final Fantasy gave us their weakest entries. Cutscenes and QuickTime events gained much more prominence. Yearly slop like Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty became extremely popular. Colors besides brown didn't exist. I love the 7th generation too, but it introduced a lot of things that became problems in the years that followed. It was simultaneously great and also the beginning of the end." What do you think of that, Chris?
I think it's kind of, the rebuttal is almost kind of written in the question, where it says, where was it exactly? It introduced a lot of things that became problems in the years that followed. I think about when I would buy a game on the 360 or when I would buy a game on the PS3. Granted, I bought fewer games on PS3 because I didn't own a PS3 until like 2012 or whatever. I never came home with a game that did not work. Just straight up. Like I never came home with a game that didn't function. The Xbox One and PS4, however, like that is, I believe, like the early PS4, Xbox One is where I believe that stuff really, like Master Chief Collection and just like all of these other, like there's probably a bunch of other ones that I'm Assassin's Creed Unity famously was like completely fucked. It was like people's faces weren't spawning in. Like I really think the unfinished release was really like an Xbox One PS4 kind of thing, because I really, games didn't run particularly well during the 360 PS3 generation, but like that was just kind of like par for the course. It really was like Call of Duty was like the only 60 frames per second experience that existed, really, like of any consequence back then. So it's like, if you consider running poorly not finished, I would probably agree today, but like back then I don't know if I would really consider that. Yeah, I don't deny that there's probably like a lot of things that were unfortunately handled later on as a result of things that were introduced that generation. But that doesn't change the fact that that generation, as it was, even with those issues, was just so fucking cool. Even like you talk about, you know, all the what is the Minecraft clones that we saw on 360. It's like, yeah, those were funny. Like Fortress Craft, I remember specifically, was like such a, because you just had, it was just Minecraft, but you could use your Xbox 360 avatar in it, and it was just so lame. However, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that's more. Is it not a way bigger problem today than it was back then? Like, even like, I feel like back then it was such a minor. I don't even think I thought about it once. In fact, I actually think that generation handled it a lot better because there was a separate tab for like indie, as far as I remember, like, and specifically indie that was just kind of by unproven studios. There was like a separate, not marketplace, but specifically like a separate like window.
Yeah, wasn't it? Was that XNA or whatever?
Yeah, it was XNA. And so like even if there was a lot of slop, you weren't really seeing it on the store because the store was curated and like prioritized, and it would show you, even when there was like an indie game that was a darling like Limbo or Splosion Man, they would highlight it, as they should. I actually feel like the 360 generation, as far as like all the slop that was put on, was probably like the best way to handle slop, quite frankly, which is making a separate tab for it. So yeah, slop tab. You know, if you want to play,
I want shit.
Yeah, I want shit. Now it's just like, dude, even on the PS5 today, it is frustrating looking at the PlayStation Store for like, when I tried to look for Mario vs. Capcom, I was like, I didn't feel like typing it in because I just don't like typing on controller. It's just kind of annoying. So I was like, it just came out. I'm going to go to new releases. And the first like 250 fucking options on new releases are games that aren't even out yet. It's stuff that's like just announced. And it's like, what are you doing? What? Why is this happening? So like, I don't know, man. I think there are problems with that generation for sure. I really do feel like even with like, well, first of all, I didn't care about Final Fantasy, and Resident Evil definitely back then I didn't really care that much about. But you bring up COD, and it's like that was the 360 PS3 generation was literally the golden years of Call of Duty. Like it was like literally the best period of time. It was Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2. That's like that was the peak of it. And then like with Xbox One and PS4, you got what, Ghosts, which was like the worst one. You know, like, and then Advanced Warfare, which was contentious, and all these like Call of Duty World War II didn't do what, like, I don't know, man. I think I get it, but stand down.
You want to add anything, Dustin? That wasn't addressed to you, but
Yeah, well, the only thing I would add is that, in any console, you can pick out all these bad things. But when I think about the 7th generation, I just think about how many things that it ushered us in that became standard for the future. I remember getting my Xbox 360 and being like, wow, wireless controllers, amazing. Yeah. Party chat, where you can be in a party with your friends that you're not playing the same game. The store, and of course there's negative things, but it's like, dude, just consider all of these advancements that happened specifically for that generation that are now standard to consoles overall. So I don't know, you can nitpick anything.
That's
and only pick out the bad things. And it's not to say those bad things he said aren't bad, but sometimes you have to take the bad with the good.
Yeah, I just feel like that leap is crazy, and it is really, particularly on the 360 side, because the PS3 was also like kind of like a leap, but I also feel like the 360 was this happy marriage between like the advancements of the future and the comforts of the past, because you, even just for the simple reason that you didn't have to install games when you got them. You know what I mean? Like you had all the benefits of HD gaming and like wireless connectivity and like, a great marketplace and incredible demo availability and all of this stuff. And when you got home with a new game, you could play it immediately. Like that's why I feel like that, like the 360 of that generation was just like such a peak experience. It's just such an unusual marriage. And like, we don't get demos anymore, really. There's a lot of stuff that was great about that generation that we don't have anymore. And so, yeah. And I maintain this, I make this argument a lot, but the relationship between the player and the console shifted forever with that machine and has remained in that way since. I really feel like the PS5 has more, the Xbox 360 has more in common with the PS5 from a player relationship standpoint than the Xbox 360 does to the original Xbox, which was the console that literally preceded it. And I think that that's insane and worth noting.
Fair enough. Thank you for writing in, Pac-Man's creepy uncle. Stay away from the kids.
Stay away.
Power Man, grandfather of Power Man 5000, wrote in. So hello, scared symbols. I don't know if you meant that, but with the porting of PlayStation games to PC. By the way, my mustache is like itching the shit out of me lately. My nose. I'm always fucking playing with it. With the porting of PlayStation games coming to games to PC, does anyone else find it odd that only games with PS5 versions are getting PC releases? Well, I'm sure that's for a multitude of reasons, i.e. Nix's only has so much bandwidth to do ports and new releases are the focus. It feels like a missed opportunity to further expand the PC initiative by dipping into the back catalog a little bit. Which pre-PS5 era first-party game would you like to see get a PC port? For me, I think Shadow of the Colossus remake on PS4 would be perfect for PC, given the game's legendary reputation. Keep up the good podcasting as always. So, I understand what you're saying, but it's not quite right. We know that Days Gone is likely getting a PS5 version, but Days Gone was ported to PC, and that's only a PS4 game. So was Predator Hunting Grounds, which is getting a PS5 version as a second-party game later this year, but was a PS4 game when it came to PC. Horizon Zero Dawn, is a PS4 game that's about to get a PS5 version. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, the original Helldivers. So
Yeah.
you're a little off base on your, but in recent years, this is certainly true. And I agree with you. It'd be interesting. Like, isn't the Uncharted trilogy not on?
No.
Nope.
Like, that would be, I think, where you would go for sure, is with those 3 games, particularly if they do announce this Cassie Drake Uncharted game, which I believe is in development, in all my heart and soul. That would be a nice way to kind of promote it. So I think you would start maybe with the Blue Point Uncharted trilogy, and that would be a fun one. And even something like the Ratchet and Clank collection or something would be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Where are you on this, Dustin? What would you like to see from let's say the PS4 or before era coming to PC?
I was trying to think, because for me, it's mainly just a matter of there's certain games that are stuck on PS4. So it doesn't matter to me if they come to PC or PS5. One game, The Last Guardian, I love that game, and it runs terribly. It runs better on PS5 if you play it on that, but it's stuck over there. Maybe, I don't know. Did you mention Infamous? Like Infamous Second Son?
No, I didn't mention Infamous, no.
That might be interesting.
Infamous
Doing
would be cool.
anything with Infamous, I mean, might be kind of worthwhile. I don't know. Trying to think. I'm looking at like other games here.
If they were to ever bring back Killzone, specifically Killzone, but the Resistance games too, and they had online functionality, you would want to probably cross-release those on PC to populate them. So yeah, there's a few, but I don't know where you get this idea that they only the PC releases have PS5 games, because I'm just looking at the list again, and it's like Helldivers, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Zero Dawn, Predator, Something Ground, Days Gone, and God of War all don't have PS5 versions.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But everything after that that's released, because this is sequential. So then it's Spider-Man, which was ported to PS5, but was a PS4 game. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, which was a PS4 game that was ported to PS5. Oh, no, that was just PC. No, I'm sorry. That was PS5. Those are ports of PC games, but that version's PS5, PC only, I think. And then Sackboy, Miles, Returnal, The Last of Us Part 1. So that would be another one. The Last of Us Part 2 would be good. Ratchet, Rift Apart, Helldivers 2, Forbidden West, Ghost of Tsushima. And then upcoming ones are Untold Dawn and Horizon Adventures. So some possibilities. Anything come to mind for you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first thing, like he mentioned, Shadow of the Colossus. That's one of my top 3 games ever. So like that's like an obvious one. I would love to play that on a overpowered rig. That would be really fun. But I think about like weirder things. Like I don't know if I could be wrong, but it would be kind of cool to see like smaller thing like Loco Roco or something moved over, like I don't know, in some capacity. Like I want weirder stuff, like from like the deep back, like way back catalog kind of thrown in there. I think Infamous is obvious. Like it's really strange to me that Infamous is treated the way it is, because I feel like it's really good. I don't know what the impetus is on just like keeping it back.
I think it ironically is looked at as competition for Spider-Man and what Insomniac's doing with Marvel.
That's so wild. But I mean, that makes sense, I guess. But like, it's frustrating.
Yeah, kind of.
Especially,
it makes sense. Yeah, not really.
Yeah, if I'm being kind, it makes sense. I think that's another example though of what I'm talking about when the frustration comes up about like seeing Horizon Zero Dawn get a remake, and it's just like, dude, Infamous Second Son is just. Or even just the old Infamous games, like what the hell? Like it's crazy that Infamous 1 and 2 are just stranded on PS3. I will never stop being annoyed at this.
Yeah, it is.
How much stuff is just stranded there. Well, you could play it. You could stream it. Fuck you.
It's the more obscure PS3 stuff that I know will never get migrated over that bothers me the most. Like the early, like Heavenly Sword, we brought up, I think, in a recent episode we were recording about.
Yeah.
And Layer is one. I mean, from that era, I wouldn't want that, but like Folklore and so on. It's just that's kind of like what's annoying. Even like MotorStorm, you know. Yeah.
I would love I really loved MotorStorm, actually. Like I'm a little sad about.
R.I.P. in peace. Evolution.
Yeah. R.I.P. in peace.
Stephen Hawking, but as a giant hawk, not a cripple, wrote in. He said, "Hey, gentlemen. Famously, a Costco executive once suggested raising the price of their $1.50 hot dog meal because of how much they were losing on it. The CEO, John Costco himself, responded, is that his name? I don't think it is. If you raise the fucking hot dog, I will kill you. That is a famous That is a famous line. What suggestion would have PlayStation leadership threatening to kill their employees? Feel free to theorize about other gaming companies too if you would like. Have a if you don't release 5 Horizon games in 3 years, I will kill you kind of day. Thank you, Stephen Hawking. But as a giant hawk, not a cripple. Appreciate you writing in. Dustin, what comes to mind for you? Like, if Sony, let's look at it from our perspective, because he's asking this kind of loosely. If some Sony executive was like, we're going to change this, what would have you say to them? If you change it, I'm going to fucking kill you.
This is tough. The first thing I thought of wasn't Sony, and it wasn't actually something that happened. I'll go back to the Sony one, but Chris, I was thinking, I wish that someone at 343 had said, if you take out split screen, I will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
But no one said that. No one thought, hey, split screen is something core to the identity of Halo. Maybe we should keep that. No, they didn't do that.
Crazy.
As far as Sony, you'd imagine someone would hopefully say something like, if you don't make this backwards compatible, I will fucking kill you. You know? Or someone should have said, if you don't include the stand, I will fucking kill you. But no, it's probably the opposite. They're like, don't include the stand. Make them pay $30 for a small piece of metal. So, trying to think though of other Sony examples. So, if you have any, go for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm so fixated on this quote because I just love it. I love that this is like just an understood factual conversation.
Yeah, like something that actually happened. It is. It's awesome. It's awesome history.
Yeah, it's good shit. If you don't release 5 Horizon games in 3 years, I'll kill you. I think is the premise like what we wish someone had said or what we think is
no,
said?
So I'll give you an example. If some Sony executive was like, we're going to get rid of trophies.
Oh, right.
I would be like, I'm going to fucking kill you. You know, if you get rid of trophies. That's sort of thing. That's kind of what came to mind for me.
Yeah, we're going to make another depressing game. I'll
fucking kill you. We're going to make another game about a dad who's sad.
We're going to make more dad games. Astrobot's crippled son.
We're going to make the most blatant representations of the midlife crises of our various creative directors. Which is basically what it's turned into, and that's fine. That's okay. Yeah. I get it. Do
you think Herman said, if you don't spend another $200 million on Concord, I will kill you?
Yeah,
if you kill Concord in the crib, I will kill you. This is too good. Don't you see Star Child and how much appeal he has? Are you joking? What about what's her name?
That'd be awesome if he said that in a meeting. Like, what about what's her name?
What about you're really gonna let what's her name die?
Yeah. Thank you for writing it. Heroic Effort wrote in and said, "Dearest Sacred Clan, after years of being just a listener, I finally put my hand in my pants and unfurled my wallet so that I may speak with you consensually and with eye contact. I want to respond to your discussion about the lack of disk drive for PS5 Pro and the reality of digital and physical sales. I don't disagree with the data or the reality thereof. However, the conversation was painted with, frankly, a poor and defeatist attitude. I would hope that those in the console space will learn from the mistakes of all digital media like PC gaming, film, music, etc. Rather than lecturing blind acceptance of digital and further eroding media ownership, shouldn't we be encouraging people to buy more physical games and preserve that option? Or am I just an old man yelling at clouds and clinging to the past? Thanks. I'll pass the mic back to you, gentlemen." This is Dustin, a topic that people won't let go of. They want to continue to talk about it forever. I don't mind talking about it. But what do you think about the defeatism? This is an interesting angle. Do you think that even if you're not a physical games owner, that you have some sort of stake in ensuring that people can continue to access those physical games? Because to me, I simply just look at it as funny that like people are going to plug their PS4s in 30 years and play these games. It's like, no, you're not.
Why not?
The console is going to have to work. Like the way you're going to play these games in the future is like by emulating them if you don't have a PlayStation console. And that's not obviously ideal, but yeah, you could do it, but we're not talking about the NES anymore. It's just hard for me to believe that these machines will even work properly, will even connect to the internet, will not be somehow disabled themselves. I don't know. So to me, I guess I have too much belief in corporations that they'll exist forever, but I just feel like, and I've said it before, if Sony disappears our game library, Sony's done. Like that's just, it's over, you know, and it just seems unthinkable to me that's going to happen. We would have to have like an EMP.
Yeah. That's
to wipe it all away. It's hard. So, but I understand. So, but I don't want to talk about, we've talked about it so much from those other perspectives. I just want to know if you think, you can talk about it however you want, but the specific question here from a heroic effort revolved around like a united front, I guess. And I don't feel like I feel that particular energy. I'm wondering if you feel like I should.
It's tough. I understand. Obviously, I'm the only physical guy here on the show, and I can understand the defeatist feeling. But I think one thing we didn't bring up last week was it's weird because Sony does, obviously, they're releasing a PS5 Pro without a disk drive, and it's clear they want to push you towards digital. But at the same time, there was that report, or I don't know if it was from Insomniac, that particularly their first party games do still sell very well on disc. In fact, I think it was like half for some of them. So it is clearly an important market still for them. But in terms of the overall market changing, the one thing, this actually is something I realized while I was gone. And this doesn't sound like it's going to relate, but it does. I was thinking about DoorDash. When everything happened to Holly and I, we got lots of DoorDash money sent to us. Very much appreciated, because they know that you don't, when you're going through something horrible, the last thing you want to think about is cooking and stuff like that. So we got lots of DoorDash. And so I ordered DoorDash a bunch of different times. And I was thinking about it in general. I was like, man, you kind of think about it, and DoorDash shouldn't be successful. You are paying more money, significantly more money, for food that is going to be significantly degraded by the time you get it. So why is it successful? Because convenience is king. Almost universally, convenience is king. So we take some of that logic. It would make sense that despite not being able to resell your game, despite having less rights to it, and of course, some of that doesn't matter to certain people, and I get it. It would make sense that the convenience of digital would win out for most people. Because just look at how much convenience is important in other areas of our lives, and how people are willing to pay premium for less for food. So I guess I'm going to continue to buy physical because I like having the different rights that it provides to me, the ability to lend to my friends, and I hope it sticks around forever. I would love to always have that option, but I'm not just going to like stick my head in the sand and ignore the reality of the way the market's going. At the same time, I hope that people continue to buy it, not that they're eventually forced to only have a physical game world, but just to continue to have an option so consumers can have choice. That's the most important thing to me. But again, at the same time, I see the way the wind is blowing.
I think it'll become kind of like fairly, because I have no doubt that like physical games will like continue to exist. I think in perpetuity. Like it reminds me a little bit of like albums and you know, see, like they still put out. I literally have the most recent Rise Against album on vinyl on my wall. Literally, like they still make vinyls of music, even though we stream. You know, even though we stream most of I stream most of my music through Spotify. You know, personally, like if I really like an album and I like the art or whatever, I'll buy the CD, or but they still make CDs as well. So I just think you're going to find them in fewer places. They probably will print or they will probably manufacture fewer of them. But I actually think they might result in some kind of almost more subtle, more boutique kind of version of what we're used to now. Like I think at some point, games will primarily be digital, everywhere. But you will still have that option to get that physical copy if you want. And that's one that like I hope that stays around forever. I love physical games. I like them. I just at this point I move around so much that like my priority is convenience above anything else. I go home and I see like my physical games and it's nice. I even thought about like hypothetically, even as like almost like a Warhammer-esque hobby of like making my own kind of physical, like buying blank cases and like making my own fucking cases for the digital games that I own. just as like a hobby thing. So I like the idea of owning all this stuff, but you can't ignore the fact that like, yeah, this is going to go the way every other media source has gone. And, you know, you'll still find VHSs. If you look hard enough, you still find DVDs and CDs and albums. It's just not the primary way that people consume or buy them. I think that's fine too.
I think it's important to note too, and we had said this in another context on another conversation, I think, Chris, which was Sony's going to continue to sell discs as long as people feel like they need them, but they don't want to sell games on disc. They definitely don't want to do that. So from a countervailing sort of like, you don't want what the corporation wants, you want to be on the other end of the fence from them. It's like, yeah, you kind of want to like needle them a little bit because they definitely don't want to do this, you know, and they realize they see like enough telemetry to know like we can't abandon the disk drive. I think the disk drive will always be an option, and
yeah,
you'll be able to plug it in if you want, going all the way through to PS6, I think, and maybe even beyond that, if the Earth still exists at that point. David Putty wrote in, good to hear from you. The devil. Hey guys, the PS5 Pro discourse being mostly negative online due to the price point. Are we going to see another situation where the discourse is out of line with reality? People complained about the $70 game price, no effect on game sales. People complained about the price of the Portal. It was sold out forever. They talk about the price of the talk track around the price is insane. Oh, I'm sorry. Saw someone suggest a $660 price point with a disc drive and 3 years of PS Plus Premium as being fair. Why do some of these people expect to get everything for free? Why do you guys think this type of discourse only happens with games? Where's the collective outrage about the price of literally everything else going up? That's that last sentence that I think is really important. But I want to also say, David Putty, that, and Sweet 8-Ball Jacket, by the way, that people are complaining about the prices of everything.
Yeah.
That's why the presidential election being close is such an indictment on the people running, because an economy this bad should be cause for like a complete reversal of everything we've been doing. But people hate these people so much that like it's still competitive. The economy is not in good shape. As I said earlier, everything's revised downward. They did lower interest rates by 0.5 point, I think. The Fed did, which is good. That hopefully might ease some tensions, but people are complaining about it. And in entertainment mediums, like, you're definitely seeing it. People go to movies, fewer movies than they used to, although they still go to see the big ones. And I know as a sports fan, people are fucking crazy about how much tickets cost to go to these games now. And a lot of people just refuse to go and refuse to pay them. It's a lot of money. So it does suck, but people are complaining. But I agree with you. Capitalism will work this out one way or the other. And what you're asking is, like, are we going to have another one of these situations where the discourse is out of line with reality? Yes. Like, definitely. You're definitely, like, I would be really shocked that the PS5 Pro on PlayStation Direct was just easy to get for days. That would be surprising to me. I would love for that to be the case, because it means either that first of all, it's like kind of less stressful for me as a person, as an individual, which is nice. But it means like, it's like, yeah, people are upset. There is a misreading of the market and they're going to have to adjust. But gaming is a premium hobby. It has always been this way. And I think that's what's important. Again, the conversation about, are wages keeping up with demand? Are you doing as well as you were doing 4 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Like, those are all different questions that are deeply important, but wider questions as well. But in gaming, we've always paid a premium for it. Like, I think it's so funny. People were paying like $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 for Macintoshes in 1983. Like, not in adjusted money. Like, that's how much money they were paying for them. And the Lisa, which was a bomb, came out at $10,000 because they realized even you can't go that high, but you can go kind of high. And I think that that's what they've kind of achieved. When you think about how PS3 still sold like 20, 30, not 30, but like 15 or 20 million units at like the highest price point before getting cut. In 2006, 2007, people were willing to pay $600 for a PS3 then. You don't think that there's a lot of people that are going to pay $700 for a PS5 Pro 18 years later? I think people are kind of like misreading this one a little bit, but it's all about, as I said before, your own economic situation and your own need and your own want. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, I feel like I could be misremembering this, but I remember paying like $600 for like a Xbox 360 Elite or something. Like the Xbox, I remember the Xbox 360 Elite being like mega expensive. In
That was the black one.
That was the black one after they had figured out the it wasn't the Slim, the one that came out in 2010. It was the one in like 2008 or 9. I can't remember exactly. But I remember paying like a pretty high premium, and at that time I thought it was like totally worth it.
$480. That's the first thing Google tells me. So
yeah, maybe. It was definitely right. It was definitely like 5 or 6. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's like, a lot. If you're talking about, that's like 15 years ago, dude. I mean,
for a 360.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is that, because I think people, and I get why people kind of feel this way. It's like, why are you defending their choices? And like, it's like, it's not so much that. That's not at least what my intention is. It's like just reality. It's all it is. Like, we can't pretend that the cost of doing business is what it is in all aspects of life, but not here. That you're paying $500 for a baseline console, and the more powerful one will be $700. It's not that you don't have to have. That in no way affects you or your life if you don't want it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's not to say like that to make people feel like they're wrong or they're lesser than or whatever. That's not it at all. It's just like, dude, it's video games, and it's going to cost money. It's always cost money. I know people are so tired of hearing about it. That's why I try not to bring it up more than I already do. It's like, dude, you have no idea what we were paying for games 20 or 30 years ago. You have to be out of your mind to think that you don't have it good right now. I just feel that way. Nothing's going to remove that from me because I was there, and I know how much we were paying for this shit, and it was fucking nuts. I was making $6 an hour at a deli, paying $50 for PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games. 22 years ago. We're paying $70 and $60. You just paid $60 for Astrobot. You don't see the value in that over time. You don't see it. Really, you don't see that. You know, and that's kind of the point I'm making. It's not about like the actual economic reality of the moment. It's not about your economic reality or your wants or needs. It's just about the holistic situation that it's like, yeah, this is exactly kind of where I would expect us to be at this point. People melting down about a $600 PS3 18 years ago made a lot of sense because it was the PS3. You could get a one with a smaller hard drive, which were difficult to find, for $500. And people were flipping out about that. And then they lowered it to $400. And then finally they got to the $300 price point a few years later. And those complaints are more salient considering the level of inflation, how much things actually cost around you. You know, I see these, they make me feel like shit, frankly. It makes me wonder what my parents think, frankly, because they're in their mid 70s. Like, it's like, here's a McDonald's drive-through window, menu from 1985. And it's like, you have got to be kidding me, you know? And you just realize like everything is so fucked, and that technologies in some way are the ones that are the most unfucked when you consider how much housing is, and your car and your clothes, and certainly your food. The dollar menu, the $5 footlong, like these are relics of a different era. Yet you're paying $500 for a PS5, and they ask you to pay $600 for a PS3. That's all I'm saying. That's just an examination of reality, not necessarily how I feel about it. Certainly not a reflection of how a lot of you feel about it. But it's worth saying that it just is what it is. It's not about people wanting things for free or anything like that. I just think people have lost kind of sight of the plot a little bit, and I don't know. I don't know how better. I feel like I'm very reasonable when I communicate it, but then I see things like I rant and stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I think just the only point that I was thinking is that the odd thing to me is that the outcry about the price, when it's specifically the Pro console, and you touched on this somewhat, Colin, but like with the PS3, if you were a PlayStation gamer, you came up with PS1, PS2, and now you're ready to move on to the next thing, and suddenly you are priced out of that ecosystem or that community, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, that really sucks. That it's like, man, that's where I was, in that I had a PS2 growing up, and then when the PS3 got announced, it was like, no fucking way am I at that was 2006 as a 6th grader going to be able to afford that. It's not happening. I'm out of PlayStation. So I could understand that feeling, but this isn't the PlayStation 6. It is the premium, bespoke, whatever, PS5. Not the bespoke, but the, what's the word I'm looking for? Enthusiast. It's the enthusiast premium PS5. You're not locked out of the PS5 ecosystem. In fact, they just released the refurbished ones that are even cheaper, or you can go get a used one, or even the price point of a new PS5 is $499. So
yeah,
you're not being locked out of anything, but with the PS5 Pro.
In some ways, the
optional.
PS5. In some ways, the base PS5 is now like this kind of like the Series S of this point in the generation. In some sense, it's like the new entry point, or like the cheap entry point into the ecosystem.
I think people have to just take their anger out at the economy in some way. PS1 1995 $300, PS2 2000 $300, PS3 2006 $600, PS4 2013 $400, PS5 2020 $500. It's non-linear and actually growing in value in some sense. I don't know, man. All right, the holy hand grenade of Antioch. The holy hand grenade. Hey, CDD. Been thinking about becoming, that's wrong. It's CCD. You fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Been thinking about becoming a subscriber for a little bit. Now he's going to leave. But the last podcast made me do it. And most because I would not assuage, and most because I would hope not to assuage people's fears about the pricing of the PS6. I truly believe that the price of the PS6 will not be anywhere near the price of the Pro. The whole point of a base console is to get people into the ecosystem to make money off of them from software. That's why consoles at the beginning of a generation are almost always sold at a loss. I don't see any reason why Sony would change this strategy, because I'm sure what they can make from the sales of 1 million consoles sold at a tiny profit pales in comparison to what they make off of 1 million sales of a modest budget first-party game. Maybe I'm blind and Sony is reaching their PS3 arrogance era again, but I honestly don't think they would alienate such a large portion of their audience. This is a major hang-up for me, because it doesn't make sense to me that the PS6 could be cheaper than the PS5 Pro. And I was talking on Sacred Symbols Plus about this with Tom, and he had said that, yeah, no, it's possible if technologies become cheaper, but with the level of inflation we're seeing still, because people forget, it's like inflation's down. It's like, no, dummy, inflation is cumulative. It doesn't go down. It stops growing so much. The pricing, the loss of value is permanent. That's why inflation being high is horrifying, and the longer it goes, it's horrifying. And you can get it back to 1%, which is where it really should be, and you're still fucked with all of the increases. Ask people in the late 70s what happened to the value of their money. So I just think, it's hard for me to imagine the PS6 being any less than $700 now in my mind. It's like, how could that be? But maybe I'm wrong. Where are you on this, Dustin? Do you feel like with the adjustment, so we're looking at 2028, we said 27 at the earliest, 28, maybe even later. That would be really pushing it for them, but maybe they will do that. So a few years, the technological situation, which began chip design in 2022, things are going to get cheaper. They're going to buy things at a huge scale. But that would be crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Am I wrong on this?
I think that it's really tough, because to gauge with where inflation is going, that's a big factor of it. That, we've seen just the price of the PS5 from 2020 to now, inflation, it should be $100 more than it is. And that's just within the last 4 years. So you could see that happening continually. Hopefully not, for everyone's sake, that isn't the case. But I think there is a good point about the fact that if it is true that PS5 Pro, that they are making more money on it than they need to for profit, that they could sacrifice some of that for PlayStation 6, as the holy hand grenade of Antioch brings up, that they could sacrifice some of that in order and make money off, they're making money so many ways now. PlayStation Plus, all the different purchases, games they're releasing. So that's definitely a factor to consider. I would imagine it would have to be at least 600, and most likely 7.
The unholy $600 level. It's just an unholy, not like it's a number that has such bad mojo in PlayStation
Yeah.
That it's so funny that they would charge any. That's what I thought the Pro was going to cost. And it's like, what if they dead up were like, we can't charge $600 for something. We're sorry, we had to charge $700 for it. It's too dangerous. Where are you on this, Chris? This question of the PS6 price?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of hard for me to imagine it being lower. I think, the situation right now economically is like, it'd be one thing if this was like just like a domestic downturn, but like this is a universal. This is not just like, it's funny to me. It's like, oh, the U.S. is experiencing inflation. It's like the world. it's not domestic at all. This is like a universal problem, and for a universal problem to be solved exponentially in fewer than 4 years without some really major shakeups, like I don't know. I don't necessarily see that as being particularly plausible, because it's not just something. It's not like somebody could just go in and I'm the president now. I'm going to sign it now. No more inflation, guys. This is not how. It's not how anything works.
It's like Smiling Friends. The president.
It is literally. It's like, yeah, when he was like, "I'm going to be the money president. Everybody gets $1 billion." Yeah, like it's like, I mean, I think it is possible. It's just not particularly plausible. The way that I see it. So I would expect maybe at the very least parity. Like maybe like, okay, yeah, it will cost $700. And maybe the Pro will go down, like, I don't know, maybe. Like, I could see that, maybe. Especially as the silicone and all that stuff, like, fluctuates in price. Like, there's definitely going to be a large demand for AI-oriented technology. And obviously, like, we're seeing with, like, PSSR, that's going to be, like, a major implementation, not only for the PS5 Pro, but, like, obviously, I would imagine some evolved version of that will be implemented in the PS6 in some way. And so, maybe by then we will have, there's definitely going to be a large demand for AI oriented technology and silicon and chips that use that functionality, that it will be more of a prioritization to make them, thus bringing the cost. Like, it's very possible that happens. It's just, it's going to take a lot of adjustments. And I don't know if those adjustments could be really made in the span of when we're looking for between now and the PS6.
Yeah.
It's like my layman kind of perspective on the,
same for me. I mean, who the fuck really knows? It's just, yeah, it seems, I don't know. We have a few years to go. It's funny so PS1 generation was 5 years, PS2 was 6 years, PS3 was 7 years, PS4 was 7 years. We are more than halfway through the generation, really, which is strange. I feel like it's going to be, maybe it's just, copium and wishful thinking, but I feel like it's going to be, or hopium, I guess I should say, is the proper nomenclature for this, is that it's really backfilled with like a shit ton of killer first party games that have been in development for a long time. I can see that, but God, we could use some evidence, huh? We'll see.
It would be nice.
We'll see. All right. Well, that's it. That's all I have for this episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. It was a good episode. Like I said, the Jets are playing their arch rival the Patriots, and for Thursday Night Football. It's in a couple hours or a few hours from now. I haven't been trying to think about it too much, but it's going to be a big game. A lot of tension in this household because that's Micah's team. So I have a few things to get through today. Hopefully good things. And so either happy or sad, I don't know. You'll know if you just look at the box score. You'll know by now. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well.
Yeah, I will. I'm flying out tonight, so I'm just going to get my apartment in order. Do some cleaning, do last minute dishes, throw out garbage, make sure nothing, make sure it's not annoying to come back.
Yeah, it's always good to come back to and just slide right into a clean apartment. I love that.
Yeah, it's because I've definitely left in a hurry and just it looks like a fucking tornado hit the place when I come back, and it's just so, you want relief when you come back from a trip like that. So just gonna do that. I forgot to mention I finally built a stand for my CRT that I've had just sitting on the floor in the corner of my living room for ages, and I just haven't used it because it's just so uncomfortable to use. But now it's it's finally got a place. It's coming together. Feels good. But now there's an empty space above that wall that I think what I'm gonna try and get a PlayStation, an old PS1 neon sign.
That'd be cool.
For above it. I love neon.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. I always encourage people to keep their plates clean for when they come back, and also unpack immediately. That's another thing I do when I get back. I just unpack immediately just to get everything put away. Then I'm like, I'm back, back in the fold. Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. What's on your agenda?
Let's see. Well, this weekend, good news and bad news. Good news, going to a retro gaming convention. The bad news, it's in Ohio. It's the Cleveland Gaming Classic. So if anyone's there and sees me, say hi. Looking for some overpriced retro games. And that's, this is the place to do it.
Yep.
So I'm excited to get out a little bit. We've been to Pittsburgh a few times when I was gone, but it'd be nice to just be out, hang out with the boys. But yeah, grilling burgers tonight. So that's the highlight of my evening.
Love that. Love burgers. Love grilling. All right, my friends. Well, be well. Good to speak with you today. Chris, safe travels to you. And Dustin, safe travels to you, actually. You'll be voyaging to Ohio as well. Be safe.
Thank you. I'm going to need it.
Yeah. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols. Last Stand Media, patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access, the ability to submit questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to our show, access to Sacred Symbols Plus once every week and twice every other week, and so on and so forth. LastStandMedia.store for merch, t-shirts, stickers, and so on. We appreciate you. Couldn't do it without you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.